The story begins at Delan Royal School. Inside some classroom, the teacher was enthusiastically lecturing the students below. Everyone, this truly is the age of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the hero chronicles appeared in the world. During that time, the lower realm has undergone many changes, just like Delan Royal School being chosen as the venue for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Among you, there will surely be those who pass this exam and be enrolled in the hero chronicles. I believe heroes of the future are here among us. To achieve that you must, the teacher said excitedly, but at that moment, a sudden commotion cut him off, irritating the teacher. Pay attention and listen during class. Then the teacher looked toward a white-haired student dozing in class. The noise had been caused by him slapping his face onto the desk from sleepiness. Leo, if you think you know the lesson, then let me ask you, what rituals were performed 5,000 years ago for someone to be called a hero? In response to this, the young teen Leo scratched his head, stood up and said, roughly, if you make a name for yourself, people will respect you naturally. This is Leo Plav, 15 years old, of the Plav family. Across from him, the teacher felt his blood pressure rising after hearing that answer. Then, as if used to it, he sighed and turned to ask others in the class, does anyone want to answer? In response to this, a red-haired student beside Leo raised his hand and spoke. In ancient times, there was no way to gain the gods' recognition. Heroes were chosen through rituals. In ancient times, there was no way to gain the gods' recognition. Heroes were chosen through sacred ceremonies. For example, blood rites. He finished. The teacher praised him generously. Excellent, truly the greatest magical prodigy of our kingdom, Gulliver Traden. Pausing briefly, the teacher continued to encourage the students. We have high expectations for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Ignoring those remarks, our protagonist Leo woke fully when questioned, then flipped open the book before him and pondered. Back then, meeting the gods was indeed easy. The sacred rites to honor the great heroes who fought Erebos. The gods bestowed a miracle on the lower realm. That was the Hero Chronicles. But why do they treat me as if I'm invisible? He thought as he sadly folded the book in his hands. Special note. This is the great hero Kyle who was reincarnated but is being forgotten by everyone. Then, while Leo was still lost in thought, the students suddenly scrambled to the windows to look outside, making him curious. They're here, where, look, it was the Zerdinger family crest. Wonderful, it's Celia Zerdinger. The students excitedly screamed like seeing an idol. As outside in the corridor, a young woman calmly advanced with countless soldiers escorting her. Next, an announcement echoed through the classrooms. All students please assemble in the auditorium without exception. As the Zerdinger family is visiting our school, blah blah. Hearing this, Leo also rose from his seat. Seeing that, Leo's red-haired friend Traden teased. Leo, are you trying to impress the Zerdingers? Do you think they'll notice you? In reply, Leo shot him a look like he was staring at an idiot. I'm leaving now, I'm not interested in that stuff, not like you. And with that, Leo turned and walked straight outside without hesitation. In the back, Traden felt both embarrassed and angry and shouted, I'm not interested either, I just want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival. But all he got was Leo's wave, which almost made him fume. I'm serious. Time quickly passed, cut to a training ground where Leo gripped a wooden sword preparing to train. Never neglecting physical training, his body was surely better in this life, he told himself, when a voice beside him sounded, What are you brooding about? The words had just fallen when the figure of a woman immediately appeared before him, performing a sword swing with an enemy-like glare. Seeing that, Leo had no time to ask and hastily raised. Time quickly passed, cut to a training ground where Leo gripped a wooden sword preparing to train. Never neglecting physical training, his body was surely better in this life, he told himself, when a voice beside him sounded, What are you brooding about? The words had just fallen when the figure of a woman immediately appeared before him, performing a sword swing with an enemy-like glare. Seeing that, Leo had no time to ask and hastily raised the wooden sword in his hand to block the blow. Then, as Leo was about to explain a few things, the woman before him cut him off. It's been a while since I practiced swordsmanship. You won't get into Lumern with just ordinary talent. This will be the final test, she said. She raised her sword and charged at the protagonist again, forcing him to grit his teeth as he parried the heavy strike from his mother. Opposite, the lady, seeing her son's body tremble uncontrollably after a single blow, taunted. Should I be a bit harsher? Then, she began to increase the power of each strike, and her attack speed rose a notch, forcing Leo to strain to barely keep up, although after several dozen seconds he was panting like an ox from exhaustion. Aren't you pushing me too hard, mother? Leo complained. Unfortunately, these words had no effect on his mother. She even complained, You're still talking while fighting? As she blocked every move. What are you saying? Saying that, she increased her power again and lunged forward at wind-tearing speed, but after that strike she suddenly startled and regretted it. Oh no! I used too much strength. If Leo can't dodge it. The lady thought in panic, however, not to disappoint her. At the last instant Leo tilted his head and calmly dodged to the side, taking advantage of his mother's momentary shock. He swung his sword to her throat and gently asked, Are you all right, mother? On this side, the lady was still dazed at being defeated so easily. She wondered how deep this child's talent truly was. Then, after about 2 seconds of astonishment, the lady sat up, brushed the dust from her clothes and asked, Leo, are you still planning to go to Lumern? Lumern Academy, the human hero academy among the 4 hero academies of different races that record the hero chronicles. This is the place where one's peak records are preserved at the highest level, Leo thought to himself and nodded affirmatively. Yes, of course. Seeing that, his mother happily continued, The Zerdinger family is visiting Delan and will stay at our manor. The Zerdinger family staying at our house? Leo asked with full curiosity. That's right, mother isn't just pleased about this but will ask Viscount Z Zerdinger to teach you the Zerdinger aura field techniques. With that technique, you'll be strong enough to take the Lumern exam next year. She finished, happily rubbing her son's head. Unaware that Leo only smiled inwardly at her words, Mother. But I plan to take it this year. Time passed quickly, cutting to the front of the manor. Just as Leo's mother mentioned, members of the Zerdinger family had just arrived. Stepping out of a luxurious black carriage, the girl named Celia gently alighted from the carriage, and at the moment she wondered, Why do I have to come here? Why did Uncle choose to stay in a place like this? Why not rent an entire hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why come to such a small household? Questions began to rise in Celia's mind. Beside her, her Uncle Ziz suddenly asked, Aren't you curious about Leo, the one who said he wouldn't care about the Zerdinger family? In response, Celia arrogantly smoothed her hair and sneered, Well, a wannabe knight who can't use aura isn't worth watching. Is he? My view is a bit different, Ziz whispered. Then the two of them greeted the owners of the manor. Pleased to meet you. They both bowed and said, Welcome, Ziz Zerdinger, the lady replied. Her name was Reina Plav, matron of the Plav family, and the man beside her was Dade Plav, head of the Plav family. Greet them, Celia, this is Viscount Plav. Ziz reminded, obeying. She calmly placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. My name is Celia Zerdinger. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Nice to meet you, Celia, Reina said with a smile, thinking the girl really resembles her father and uncle. Opposite her, after studying the matron's appearance closely, Celia's eyes briefly widened. Wait, black hair, red eyes, could she also be from the family? She silently wondered, and as if reading her thought, her Uncle Ziz nodded and explained, Reina Plav. She's your aunt. Cut to the reception room where Reina and Ziz were cheerfully drinking tea and chatting. Ziz was talking about visiting the school Leo attends. We stopped by Delan Royal School before. It's crowded with gathered students, but I heard Leo said he wasn't interested in you and went home. Hearing this, Lady Reina laughed heartily. The mighty reputation of House Zerdinger is disappointing. If that upset you, I apologize on behalf of my son. He only cares about training. Hearing that, Ziz grew curious and asked what sort of child Leo was. In reply, the matron affirmed that Leo possessed an almost unbelievable talent, and upon hearing this, the Viscount's complexion changed and he asked sternly, Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zerdinger flame? Not because he's your son. I believe he's more than deserving, Reina reiterated, and seeing that, Uncle Ziz smiled. If you've said that much, then I'm very much looking forward to it. However, I need to assess the boy's potential myself. Cut to Leo's location. He was sitting cross-legged as if concentrating on cultivation. At that moment, his right wrist began to shimmer with a soft light, and then Leo opened his eyes wide and whispered, Finally, the vessel to receive everything is complete. The reason I haven't learned aura field techniques until now is because the moment a person accepts an aura field, the body naturally adapts to that type of aura field and loses the opportunity to accumulate mana and spiritual power. In my previous life, if I had mastered their power and nature more perfectly, if I had handled everything completely correctly, perhaps I wouldn't have left traces of talent. In this life, I'll fully master it. First, start with the aura field, Leo told himself. Before that, a voice called from behind him, "You're Leo Plav, right?" In front, Leo, hearing that, turned around in curiosity. It turned out the person who had come was that girl, Celia. Seeing Leo pay attention to her, for some reason she kindly offered, "From what I see, your fundamentals are fairly solid. I'll specially teach you swordsmanship. How about it?" Celia said cheerfully, though her real aim was to score points with her aunt, who was Leo's mother. Back with the protagonist, he didn't rush to agree but asked, "Who are you?" In response, Celia proudly introduced herself. "I'm Celia Zerdinger, also known by the title of the world's sword maiden." "Is that so? Thanks for the concern, but I have no intention of being taught by someone weaker than me," Leo shrugged, causing Celia to gape. "You're saying you're stronger than me?" she asked with disbelief, and seeing that, Leo clarified further, "Well, in a fight to the death you're stronger because I don't use an aura field, but if it's a pure sword duel it's a different matter," the male lead said confidently as he looked at her face, and anger flashed across Celia's eyes. Next, she glanced at the pile of weapons set aside, and casually picked up a sword and challenged Leo to a duel. "Fine, if you're that confident, fight me." After saying that, she smiled inwardly. "Leo, just because you have an aura field makes you stronger than me? I'll show you the wall of reality." Then Celia stated the terms. If she won, Leo would serve as her servant for the week they're staying here. "What if I win?" Leo asked, and Celia declared that if she lost she would be his servant. And so it was settled. The two closed the bet, and Leo quickly grabbed a wooden sword from the ground. "Then let's start," saying that, he dashed forward and launched a powerful, wind-tearing slash. However, Celia reacted just as quickly. The moment Leo struck, she raised her sword to block, but after the clash her expression shifted and she thought, "His speed isn't bad, but that's not enough." Thinking that, she proactively lunged to attack while Leo opposite did the same. This time Leo was still a beat faster, having swung his sword to attack first, forcing Celia to raise her sword in front of her body to parry. With this second impact, Celia felt as if a carriage had rammed into her. "What power is this?" she thought, and she immediately leapt back to disperse the force of the blow. A move that proved correct, because moments later Leo's sword tip struck the ground and shattered the floor into countless pieces. Back to Leo. Seeing Celia jump back, he rushed forward quickly, not giving her a chance to counterattack. Faced with the overwhelming momentum Leo generated, Celia realized she could not block that attack. Next, Leo executed a sword swing aimed straight at the swordsmithess. However, it was stopped by a shield of aura armor. "Isn't this supposed to be a pure sword duel?" Leo asked coldly. I only reacted instinctively," Celia weakly replied. "No problem. I'll still win," Leo said calmly, leaving Celia unable to hide the astonishment on her face. "What? The difference between having an aura field and not is like heaven and earth," she shouted. However, Leo only asked if she wanted to try that feeling, then removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the ground. Looking at the bracelet, Celia immediately recognized it as a Jaiatrong magic bracelet. "Crazy," she exclaimed. Seeing her surprised expression, Leo offered no explanation and only gave a faint smile. Then he lunged forward and drove his wooden sword straight into the aura barrier Celia had made. And with that strike, even the barrier couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. "What is this? So brutal. This madman," Celia screamed inwardly. Time passed quickly, cutting to Lady Reyna's location. She was strolling around with her younger brother, when suddenly she noticed Leo lingering ahead. Seeing that, she called her son over. "Leo, come greet them. They are guests of our family." Hearing that, Leo turned his gaze to Uncle Ziz and bowed. "I am Leo Plav." In response, the uncle reached out and said, "I am Ziz Zerdinger, your uncle as you may know. Pleased to meet you. Saying that, he grasped Leo's hand firmly. Meanwhile, Lady Reina beside him asked, "By the way, have you met Celia, Leo?" Upon hearing the question, Leo's face showed slight awkwardness as he glanced at Celia, who was lying on a stretcher being carried out by knights. "Miss, what's happened?" "It happened so fast," the group said in confusion. And, seeing his niece lying unconscious, Ziz hurried over to ask about it. Then the knight quickly explained the cause in detail, and the more Ziz heard the more incredulous he became. The boy, he defeated Celia without using an aura field? Defeating Celia, impressive, he praised. However, Leo did not revel in victory, believing Celia had underestimated him. Next the uncle asked, "What did the two of you agree on?" And Leo replied, "The loser will serve the winner. So Celia Zerdinger will serve him as a maid for 1 week." Turning back to Ziz, just 3 seconds earlier his expression had been cheerful, but the moment he heard his niece was to become a servant, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "Promises are important, but Celia is a member of House Zerdinger. You cannot force the girl to work as a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I will give you a different reward, for example." Before his uncle could make an offer, Leo interrupted him. "I refuse. This is a promise between me and Celia. As long as she bears the name Zerdinger, she must honor it. Even if I teach you our family's aura field cultivation techniques?" Ziz offered. Unfortunately, he didn't know the man before him was a legendary hero, so techniques like that were plenty in his repertoire. Hearing that, Leo snorted. "An aura field technique used to cover your niece's failure doesn't seem worthy of my learning." In front, being repeatedly refused caused Ziz to lose his cheerful demeanor. "Leo Plav, you just declared you'll have a direct member of House Zerding or serve as a maid, and said that our family's aura field cultivation techniques are worthless, right?" "Yes, that's right," Leo answered confidently with no fear. Looking at his face, Ziz suddenly brightened and asked, "Don't you think that declaration was a bit hasty?" In response, Leo explained his reasons in more detail. "I don't mean to insult House Zerdinger, but if Lord Ziz rewards me with your aura field cultivation technique for defeating Celia, I will gladly accept it. But you offered that reward as a way to cover up Celia's mistake, which implies you believe that if Celia hadn't lost her composure, she wouldn't have lost to me. However, even if Celia had been serious in the match, I would still have won," Leo said with overflowing confidence, making Viscount Ziz even more intrigued by him. She refused because she didn't like her attitude. Quite interesting. If House Zerdinger had a child like that, with that in mind, he waved to the knights beside him and ordered them to take Celia to the servants' quarters, so she could fulfill her promise. Then he turned to the protagonist and said, "Leo, just between us, call me Uncle." "Yes, Uncle." Leo nodded in a way that pleased him. Next, once he had left, Ziz no longer needed to test Leo's potential. "Sister, you asked me to teach Leo our family's aura field cultivation technique, right? I think I can persuade the eldest brother so Leo can learn the phoenix breath." Time quickly passed to the next morning. Cutting to Leo's bedroom, Celia, in a maid outfit and flushed with embarrassment, gritted her teeth and said, "For 1 week I will serve as Master Leo's maid. I am Celia." In the room, Leo was absorbed in reading his book. Hearing her, he glanced at her, assessed her, and nodded, saying, "It suits you well. The simple maid outfit combined with your elegant style. The combination is really—" His tone hinted, making Celia so angry she trembled. "I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is weird." "No, I don't mean to offend you, sorry. I have a friend who always praises beauty excessively. Perhaps I've unconsciously been influenced by them," Leo replied, then sighed as he remembered the words of a close friend from his previous life. "When peace comes to the world, I will spend my life spreading beauty to everyone." That's what that teammate always told him. Celia, hearing that, calmed a little. A friend who truly loves beauty must be wonderful. The problem is they're too sincere, Leo lamented inwardly, and recalled an incident in the past when that beauty-loving teammate asked 2 female teammates to model for a painting, even stern Rizinat, who carried herself more beautifully than anyone, and Luna. "For the sake of art, could you pose nude for me? I'll even bring my sketchbook," he said excitedly, and the response was a beating from the two girls on the team. Back to Celia. Seeing Leo clutching the book, she grew curious. That book looks like a special training handbook. What are you reading? Leo looked at the book in his hands and answered nonchalantly. This? I read it a lot when I was a child. It's The Origin of Heroes. Hearing that, Celia was astonished because she knew it was a fairy tale book, while Leo was already 15. Then Celia began to step forward, inspecting the books on the shelf, and remarked that it seemed he really liked The Origin of Heroes. Even scholars who study great heroes can't compare to you. She marveled at the number of books Leo had collected. He just said he had gathered them by accident. Responding, Celia reached out to take Leo's book and muttered that there were especially many books about Kyle. Answering that, Leo's face showed a hint of recollection as he said that among the heroic deeds of great heroes, some accomplishments have unclear origins. I think they might belong to him, contrary to what you think. Celia shook her head in denial upon hearing that. He must be a fraud trying to claim the achievements of true heroes. That's the common thought. Of course I think so too, she said. She put the book back on the chair. So you think that of me? Leo whispered very softly. What? Celia asked again because she hadn't heard clearly, but Leo wasn't going to repeat himself and steered the conversation. Then we'll start training after breakfast. Turning to Celia, upon hearing this a glint appeared in her eyes as she asked tentatively, Young master, may I train with you? She thought to herself with a quiet smile that she wanted to uncover the secret of his strength. Leo agreed immediately, since he had no secrets about his power. It'll be hard to keep up. Are you sure you want to try? He said with a hint of contempt, which made Celia shout in anger. I am Celia Zerdinger. Don't forget that. But after beginning training with Leo, Celia realized how intense the regimen was. Not long in, she was drenched in sweat and sitting, panting like an ox from exhaustion. Observing her state, the protagonist remarked matter-of-factly that when stamina hits its limit, your reflexes slow and your movements become sloppy. Exposing your back like this, Celia looked at Leo with suspicion. Pushing your body this hard. You call this training? Exactly. These kids seem too weak. Leo shook his head in scorn. To him, after 5,000 years of development, aura field techniques had improved compared to before, but physical conditioning had been largely neglected. The aura field optimizes the body's physical power, and ultimately strengthening the body also improves the aura field. As a result, they didn't value physical training. Returning to Celia, after a short rest she forced herself up to launch another attack. Don't underestimate me, you damned white-haired brat, she shouted. She lunged quickly at Leo to strike, but with such snail-slow attack speed, Leo simply swung his sword once and easily sent Celia's body flying far away. At this point, she nearly burst into tears. Why can't I win? She asked, full of frustration. Seeing this, the protagonist calmly stepped forward and replied, It's frustrating, isn't it? Then take this, he said, handing Celia a weighted bracelet. The moment Celia touched it, her hands were pressed to the ground by its weight. This was a bracelet enchanted with gravity. Wear it while training from tomorrow, Leo said, quietly smiling slyly at the thought of someone sharing his hardship. Time passed quickly, cutting to an empty field. While the two young people trained, Uncle Z's watched them silently from behind. To him, this would be a good experience for Celia before entering Lumern. Testing her pride beforehand wasn't a bad thing. Thinking that, he called out loudly to Leo, Leo, I intend to ask the head of the family to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique. Across from him, the protagonist was startled because he had heard of this technique before. Phoenix Breath, the origin of all aura field techniques within House Zerdinger. I heard only those recognized by the family can inherit it, Leo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Celia immediately turned to object. Father won't agree so easily. In response, Ziz nodded and explained. Yes, so there will be a condition attached. You must pass this year's Lumern entrance exam, he said calmly. But upon hearing the condition, Celia grew alarmed and feared for Leo. What? The Lumern entrance is a combat test. You know Leo doesn't even use an aura field. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for him to take part? As for Leo, he was not frightened by the condition. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement inside. A real fight. Huh? Right, I guess I have no other choice. Ahead, Uncle Z saw him thoughtful and asked, "What do you think, Leo?" Leo gave him a confident nod in reply. "My parents said they'd respect my decision, so I'll participate." Leo's answer didn't overly surprise Viscount Z's. As expected, the boy intended to enter the exam this year. With this extra motivation, Leo threw himself into training. "Then we've rested enough, now continue," he said, returning to his running. "Who said I can't keep up?" Celia shouted. Time passed quickly. A week later, cut to Deland School. Today was the Lumen Academy entrance exam, and people had gathered early to await the test. Celia's arrival naturally drew attention. "Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? Amazing to see the swordswoman in person. Who's that beside her?" Curious murmurs began. Celia glanced and asked, "Leo, are you nervous, young master?" "Not at all," Leo replied gently, then shot her a teasing look and reminded her, "Shouldn't you fix the way you speak?" The sudden reprimand made Celia startle. Then a voice called from behind them, "Miss Celia." Hearing it, both of them turned toward the sound, and found it was their red-headed acquaintance Traden, who was astonished to see Leo standing beside Celia. "Leo Plav, what are you doing here when you don't even use an aura field?" Traden asked, then hurriedly greeted Celia. "Miss Celia, good to see you. Are you well?" Across from them, the two simply looked at Traden as if he were a fool, making Traden flustered and unsure what to say next. He finally introduced himself. "I'm Gilliver Traden. I greeted you when you visited the school before, the greatest magic prodigy of Deland." Turning to Celia, before the red-headed youth finished, she cut in, "Sorry, I don't remember you at all." "Then goodbye," she said, grabbing Leo's hand and running off. Just then another voice called out, "Celia, long time no see." The voice rang loud enough to draw everyone's attention in the hall. The owners of the voice were a young man and woman with striking silver hair. The brother Abad Llewellyn, 16, and his sister Chelsea Llewellyn, 14. Both were from House Llewellyn. "Who are they?" Leo asked curiously. Seeing their demeanor, Celia instinctively clenched her hand and explained, "They're the Llewellyn siblings, from the noble heroic house of the Gold Empire. They are members of House Llewellyn. Those people are also taking the exam, so we can't lose, Leo. House Zerdinger losing to House Llewellyn is unacceptable," she said, her eyes lighting up like car headlights. "But I'm from House Plav," Leo replied innocently. Next, the siblings walked over to Celia and greeted her again. "Long time no see, Celia." Celia, the swordswoman, nodded in response. "Indeed, long time no see, Abad Llewellyn. Who is that beside you?" Abad asked, looking at Leo. Answering, the swordswoman spoke loudly. "He is a member of the Viscount family in the kingdom of Delrod, Leo Plav of House Plav." Opposite them, the sister Chelsea lost interest in Leo, deeming him merely ordinary. She said coldly, while Abad showed a similar attitude. After greeting them, they quickly left, not forgetting to warn Celia. "Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Come on, Chelsea." "Yes, brother," she replied. Seeing their arrogant manner, the swordswoman complained irritably. "Annoying people. I'll definitely defeat them," she finished. Suddenly a loud sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention, and by their gaze they saw a young instructor appear on the high platform. "It seems everyone is gathered. My name is Albi." This was Albi Geron, a professor of Lumen Academy. Down below, upon hearing the name, Celia's expression changed as she muttered, "Could it be Albi, the mage of the evil eye?" Standing beside Leo, seeing her surprised face, he curiously asked, "Who is that?" Hearing this, Celia was even more astonished that Leo didn't know the professor. "You really don't know? He's a hero recorded in the Heroic Chronicles," she said. Her voice full of admiration made Leo take the figure more seriously. A person called a hero of this era. The mana in that left eye must be the evil eye, Leo thought, as energy continuously streamed from Albi's left eye. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Professor Albi explained the test. The exams include fighting other people and slaying monsters. Each person will take part in both parts in turn. "I find this troublesome," he said, and with a sweep he burned the papers in his hand. Then he took a book from inside his coat and began to use his power, opening the Heroic Chronicles. Albi's World, chapter beginning the Monster Forest. At that moment a huge magic circle appeared under everyone's feet, radiating intense energy. Professor Albi above coldly told the group, "I will not tolerate delays. I'll combine you all and proceed at once." Back to Leo, he was seizing the moment to recall memories related to this so-called Heroic Chronicles. The Heroic Chronicles aren't simply an archive. Their true value lies in storing the trials that past heroes endured and reproducing the heroes' worlds. Moreover, if one conquers a hero world, they can inherit the previous hero's powers. It's almost a hero training system. Returning to the present, when it appeared again, they found themselves inside a forest with a gloomy tone. Albi's voice rang from above. "This is the Monster Forest. The test is about survival. You may cooperate or eliminate one another. Do whatever it takes to survive. If you want to quit, break the orb you're holding and return. That's the only way." After speaking, his voice vanished. While everyone was still bewildered by the forest, Leo sensed a familiar aura. This place was as it had been before Queen Beast Silatona corrupted it. It had once been the forest of the fairy clan. Around them, a few weak-hearted students began to panic. "I want to go home," someone spoke up. "It's just an illusion, so weak," another complained. However, unlike them, Leo saw things differently. He's wrong. Even though this world was recreated from Professor Albi's memory, everything that happens here is real. If you're put in a life-threatening situation, you can actually die. And as soon as he thought that, a blue shaft of light flew out from the forest and hurtled straight toward Leo. Fortunately, he was always on guard and managed to dodge in time, and the one who had fired that wind arrow was none other than Chelsea. Seeing Leo avoid her arrow, she stepped out and said, "We've met before, haven't we? It's delightful to defeat someone from House Zerdinger," the girl said confidently, and Leo had to remind her of his status. "I'm from House Plav." "But you were with Celia earlier," Chelsea shouted, and immediately used her wind-cutting magic, forming an energy scythe in her hand, and with Leo's experience, he was a bit surprised by the skill. That's a spell that didn't exist in the past, but fundamentally it's unchanged, he thought as he tightened his grip on his sword, ready for anything. Meanwhile, Chelsea, seeing Leo remain calm in front of her, seemed annoyed and sighed. You stay calm even with me in front of you," she said. She spun her scythe in a circle and threw it forward like a saw. However, the strike wasn't enough to trouble Leo. With a simple swing of his sword, he easily knocked the scythe aside. Seeing him handle it so effortlessly, Chelsea's expression shifted slightly. "He can't be much, but I don't sense any aura used. Could it be an aura attribute that's hard to detect?" She wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Leo made a suggestion. "That attack is too simple. Instead, why not cooperate? These tests usually reward those who survive the longest. As a mage, wouldn't a swordsman at your side be useful?" He smiled and persuaded. Unfortunately, Chelsea treated his words like water off a duck's back. "Heh, too bad. I'm a battle mage. And did you say my attack is simple?" Her voice carried some anger. Whether Leo could read her mood or not, he casually admitted, "Listen, with a wind spell that move is too mundane. In terms of power, that's how it is." Across from him, she rolled her eyes. "You're lecturing me on magic? A direct descendant of House Llewellyn? Then let's see how you handle this simple attack." "Wind blade, wind arrow," she said as she waved her staff, firing several blades and arrows straight at Leo. But just after she struck, she realized Leo had vanished from his spot. "He's gone. I don't sense a trace of mana. Why?" She panicked, thinking before she noticed Leo's figure suddenly appear in front of her and land a punch to her stomach, enough to make her collapse to her knees. "So I should politely request your cooperation." Then Leo bound her body to a tree trunk and started a fire with a wicked grin. Time quickly passed into evening. Chelsea slowly came to from her daze and found herself bound to a wooden post above a roaring fire. The scene looked like she was about to be sacrificed. "What is this?" Chelsea cried in panic. Seeing she had woken, Leo resumed his proposal. Will you cooperate with me? Chelsea grit her teeth in displeasure. Never, I don't need anyone, except my brother, Wind Blade, she shouted. She activated her magic to sever the ropes. However, at that moment a small red magic circle appeared on her wrist, preventing her from casting. This is a magic ceiling formation, Leo whispered. But because there's not much mana, she can't sustain it for long. In response, Chelsea said she could easily break that kind of formation. Leo gave a cold laugh. You think I'll let you concentrate? At that, the flames started creeping close enough to singe part of her dress. Wait! Stop! It's too hot, she screamed. Still, Leo kept demanding her cooperation. With no choice, Chelsea relented. All right, I'll do it. But Leo wasn't foolish enough to untie her. Instead, he forced her to swear on her family's honor. Okay, I swear. I swear on House Llewellyn's honor that I will cooperate. Stop it, she said, her eyes already wet. Inside, Leo grinned like a madman. Too easy. She must still be a child, he thought. He then yanked the rope in his hand, causing Chelsea's body to drop down. Leo gently reached out and caught her, speaking warmly. I look forward to working with you, Llewellyn Mage. Cut to the outside. While students struggled inside, the teachers watched them via monitoring screens to grade and evaluate them. The more he watched, the angrier Professor Albee became. Truly low-level, competing is foolish. Those who quickly grasp the essence are those two, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. The Empire has a bright future, the young professor praised as he saw them cooperate to slay a monster. Albee then glanced at another screen and noticed Leo and Chelsea teaming up to fight a giant troll. Wait, isn't that Leo Plov? What he did at the campfire earlier was strange, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate was a big plus. He lacks Celia's or Abad's strength or excellence, but he's an unpredictable wild card, the young professor murmured, watching Leo's feed with interest. Back with the protagonists. Although forced to cooperate, Chelsea couldn't help admiring his skill. Having a knight alongside is really convenient. I'll ask one thing, what kind of aura are you using? I haven't sensed any mana from you all this time, she asked curiously. The protagonist didn't hide it and bluntly said, I don't know how to use aura. Hearing that, Chelsea felt her mind struggle to follow. What? How can you fight without an aura? The essence of things is what matters, and that applies to wind magic too. What do you think the essence of wind magic is? To answer his question, Chelsea simultaneously unleashed a series of wind-breaking spells, forming sharp blades aimed straight at him, and immediately tore apart a monster that had tried to ambush them. Then she gave a mocking smile. Leo, lecturing about magic in front of House Llewellyn is foolish. Hearing that, Leo showed no anger. Instead, he continued to admonish, I praise that power, but your usage is completely wrong. Saying this, he stepped forward quickly, and his teacher-like posture made Chelsea mutter, You really are. Then before she could finish, Leo suddenly noticed something and signaled her to stop. Wait, stop, he said softly. Chelsea then realized why he had shouted to halt. In front of them were several withered dry corpses, like mummies. It's been a long time. These look like mummies, Chelsea frowned. Leo said he'd seen such things before. Now I understand the conditions to pass this test, Leo murmured to himself, but at that moment he suddenly sensed something targeting him. With no time to think, Leo leapt forward, wrapped his arms around Chelsea's body, and pulled her aside. His decisive action kept them safe from the strange attack. Next, a few people appeared in the distance. Unfortunately, I want to take down Chelsea Llewellyn first. When Chelsea Llewellyn is out, the one standing beside her is nothing special. The voice belonged to the red-haired Traden, who seemed to have allied with another group of students to eliminate strong potential contenders. All right, attack together, he shouted the order, and the surrounding students charged like rabid dogs. But these guys shouldn't fight Leo in close combat. How could they possibly duel him? Immediately, Leo landed a punch on one attacker, sending him sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Seeing their comrade felled so quickly, the others panicked and dared not attack recklessly. Support me, Chelsea, Leo called as a reminder. Ah, yes, okay, Chelsea replied, though her body still trembled from the earlier danger. As for Traden's group, after a few seconds they recovered their composure and yelled at each other. What are you doing? Attack now. At that, the group recklessly charged again. Unknown to them, the mastermind Traden slipped away quietly while they fought Leo's group. I can't fall like this. I'll change things, he told himself and dashed forward. At the same time, Celia nearby spotted his figure and headed the other way, and so Celia and Llewellyn came upon Leo and Chelsea. With the group of students they defeated lying scattered on the ground. Seeing her older brother arrive, Chelsea joyfully cried out, "Brother!" She rushed up and hugged Abad, who comforted and asked, "Chelsea, are you safe?" Nearby, the swordswoman Celia eagerly asked, "How did you two end up together?" "Ah, I suggested we cooperate. That stubborn one refused to join, so I persuaded her fairly well," Leo said with a sly smile, making Celia suspect things weren't as simple as he claimed. "What are you planning this time?" Celia asked cautiously. Then, for some reason, Leo stepped forward and helped each person he'd knocked out to their feet, which made Chelsea curious and ask why he was pulling them up. To that question, Leo explained that competition was unnecessary now, because they would conquer this world together. The monster forest is in an abnormal state. Do you see those corpses? It seemed all the moisture had been drained from their bodies. That's not the only strange thing here. Aren't there too few monsters in this beast forest? Leo shrugged in reply, and only after hearing him did Celia realize the problem and shout, "Now that you mention it, it looks like something has been eating them. There must be a high-level monster here frightening the others into hiding." Hearing that, the white-haired Llewellyn nodded in agreement. "I see, the first feat of a hero would be to slay a high-level monster." No sooner had he finished speaking than the whole group felt a terrible murderous aura focusing on them. Their faces began to pour sweat. "It seems it's appeared," Leo murmured. Back at Traden's position, he was using a light spell to scout ahead. "By any means, I'll take you out, Leo," he gritted out, before spotting a dark shape blocking his path. Seeing it, the mage brought his staff closer to examine the shadow more carefully. And then, when he realized it was a corpse, he started and fell back. "What is that?" he cried. At the same time, something slimy suddenly dripped down onto his staff from above. The curious mage looked up to see what it was, and then, it would have been better not to look. Atop him sat a giant spider eyeing him hungrily, terrifying to behold. Cut to outside the hall. Some students who had to end the test early due to danger were happily bragging to each other. "I took out about 15 or 16 of them," a brown-haired student said excitedly. "Same here," the one opposite nodded. At the same time, Professor Albee looked at them with utter disappointment. "So far about 500 in total have failed." Hearing this, another professor panicked and hurriedly objected. "But Professor Albee, you still have to select about 100 people like other regions. Only 50 students remain in the exam now." In response, the handsome professor did not change his mind at all. "If they don't meet my standards, I'll fail them all. Principal Callian put me in charge of this exam because he understands that." He then refocused on the monitoring screen showing Leo and thought to himself, "True heroes are found in hard times. Leo Plav. He must have noticed the abnormality in the forest. But can he survive this world?" The teacher wondered. Back with Leo's group, they were regrouping and quickly moving forward. "Damn, it's pitch black," complained a long-haired student in the group. Then the swordswoman Celia, leading the party, suddenly halted and signaled the group, "Wait, there's something ahead. Ready yourselves to fight." She began channeling mana into her sword tip, which emitted a soft red glow. Very quickly they spotted Celia's form being held by something. "What the one behind is the real threat," Abad warned. He then prepared to cast his magic. But before the spell could form, Leo reached out to stop him and said to Traden, "Gulliver, snap out of it. Break the crystal now." At Leo's prompt, Traden gritted his teeth and shattered the crystal glass in his hand. And immediately his body turned into a beam of light and was teleported out of this world, much to the giant spider's chagrin, who told the prey to get into its mouth and then run away. Next, with Traden no longer interfering, Abad could freely unleash his magic to attack. At that moment he whispered, "Wind Fong," and countless razor-sharp wind blades shot straight forward, drenching the giant spider in blood. However, despite the heavy bleeding, its wounds began to heal at a noticeable speed. Seeing that regeneration rate, the group's faces soured. Was this still not enough? Just as I thought, this is the Spider Princess Tarantulia, Leo murmured inwardly. It seemed he recognized the monster's identity. Elsewhere, the axe-wielding student gripped his weapon and charged in for melee. Damn it! Take this! He shouted. But before his weapon could reach the giant spider, one of its legs sent him flying far away. As for the swordswoman Celia, with no time to help the felled student, she forced herself to say, "I'll finish it in one strike." Her words barely spoken, she began gathering fierce energy at her blade's tip, and when it had charged fully, Celia unleashed that energy straight ahead like a laser beam, instantly piercing the spider's head. Yet one must admit the spider's life force was monstrous. Though a hole was drilled through its forehead, seconds later that gap had already healed as if nothing had happened. The unbelievable sight left her stunned. "No way," Celia said in alarm. Seeing her attack was ineffective, the mage Abad stepped up to demonstrate the overwhelming destructive difference between a wizard and a knight. He said confidently and cast a spell called Bombardment, creating spiraling wind blades of tremendous force that lashed into the giant spider's body. However, against the Spider Queen this damage still proved insufficient. All it accomplished was to enrage the spider further. Up to now, Abad had inflicted the most pain on it, so it began to focus its hatred on him. Seeing this, Chelsea at the rear hurriedly used her magic to strike and save her brother at the last moment. In the end, he was only slightly injured in the arm. "Are you okay?" Chelsea asked. "Thanks, Chelsea," Abad replied. As for the axe-wielding student, seeing that even Celia and Abad could do nothing, desperation showed on his face. "What is this monster?" he cried in panic, and with his knowledge, Leo explained to the group. "This is a bizarre regenerative ability. It's the daughter of Salatna, the Queen of Tartarus, a monster from Erebos' army that ravaged the fairy forest." Hearing this, everyone around turned to look at Leo as if he were from Mars. Meanwhile, the protagonist was also reviewing old memories in his head. The mana in Albi's left eye truly was the mana of the Fairy King. Tarantula ruled the cursed wildwood. It had destroyed the fairy people's forest and eaten the Fairy King's arm during their battle. I thought Luna had slain Tarantulia, but it seems the king's right arm inside its belly saved its life. More precisely, it was the infinite life energy from that hand, the ring of life. Turning back to the group, they were fired up again. "If this monster is the key to the test, I'll defeat it," Abad shouted. "Who said that?" Celia retorted. Then the two of them began to continuously use their skills to bomb the giant spider. However, watching their actions, Leo knew it would be pointless. It would keep regenerating until their mana was completely drained. Leo warned coldly. "So what do you propose?" Celia asked. Leo said they needed 2 people to cooperate. Abad flatly refused. "I refuse. I'll be the one with the highest score." "No, I will," Celia shouted. Seeing the 2 idiots bickering instead of facing the situation, Leo barked, "If we don't get through this hero world, everyone will be disqualified." Hearing him, the 2 snapped to attention, realized the problem, and quickly stopped arguing. Then Abad offered his opinion. Even if they cooperated, it would take a long time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill it instantly. But only the 2 of us, me and Celia, can hold the monster down long enough. Hearing that, the swordswoman Celia fell silent. While everyone hesitated, Leo stepped forward to take responsibility. "I'll do it," he said with a confident face. However, Celia didn't trust him at all. "What? That's suicide. You don't even know how to use an aura field." "I do, but I can still hold it for 5 minutes," Leo replied calmly, as if it were nothing difficult. From behind, the mage Abad also asked worriedly, "What if the attack fails?" Leo answered he didn't think that would happen because fire and wind are always good partners. They coordinate very well. His words made Celia and Abad exchange looks as if an idea had occurred to them. Next, while they were still thinking, Leo rushed to attack the spider, gripping his axe and smashing it straight into its mouth, causing the spider to cry out in agony. Back with Leo, seeing how quickly the monster could regenerate, he told himself, "Just as I thought, this is the limit if you don't use an aura field." Thinking that, to find a more effective stalling solution, Leo called out to the mage Chelsea at the rear. Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all the weapons around toward me. As he spoke, he jumped aside to dodge a giant spider leg that had just lunged at his position. Hearing his request, the mage panicked and warned, "If you move that fast, you'll get hurt." "No time to explain," Leo affirmed. "I'll catch them, so don't worry. Just be quick." "Which weapons?" Chelsea asked. "Any of them," he replied. At his request, the mage quickly used her wind magic to blow a weapon toward him. In front, Leo gauged the weapon by the sound of its movement and vaguely guessed what it was. Based on the sound, one was a short, curved sword, the other a long, double-edged blade. He channeled force into his legs and leaped quickly into the air. At the same time, he reached out with both hands and grabbed the two weapons that had just been sent to him. Next, using the downward momentum, Leo executed a series of sword strikes, slicing the giant spider's legs into pieces. However, under his destructive force, the swords shattered after only a few blows. Seeing this, Leo immediately asked Chelsea to send more weapons. He then shouted, and without needing further instruction, the mage deftly blew each weapon toward him. Thus, the protagonist began to display his superlative weapon handling skills. He struck the spider relentlessly, leaving it no time to react. Chelsea was astonished. "He looks our age, but this scene is like a war god," she thought. Meanwhile, the mage Abad, witnessing this, no longer underestimated Leo. "So he's not just a worthless ant," he muttered, turning back to Leo. While dishing out punishment to the huge spider, Leo received a slight wound on his face. Feeling warm blood trickle down his cheek, he smiled with excitement. "I'm still feeling it. If I can't beat a pest like this, others will mock me in the other world." Thinking that, he gripped the sword hilt with all his strength and swung with everything he had into the creature's body. As a result, after the strike, the sword shattered into many pieces. As usual, Leo asked for the next sword, but Chelsea's face fell in panic. She explained that it was the last sword. The unexpected news turned Leo's exhilarated expression into a daze. Fortunately, at that moment, the swordswoman Celia behind them had finished charging her skill. Her entire body brimmed with fierce energy as she shouted to warn Leo where to dodge. "How do you like that, you flea of a monster?" Celia yelled, swinging her sword forward and releasing a terrifying pillar of blazing fire that struck the spider. Before it could make another sound, it was turned into a roasted spider, and after it perished, everyone received the notification. Alby's World, opening chapter, Wildwood cleared. Hearing this, Celia seemed to lose all strength and collapse to the ground. Relieved. "It's done," she breathed. She then turned to Leo and exclaimed, "You really held that monster for 5 minutes, Leo. Well done," the swordswoman praised. But before she finished, the young mage Chelsea interrupted. "Amazing, incredible. You look like a hero from the stories." "Really?" Leo asked with a sigh. After all, he wasn't truly a proper hero. In response, Chelsea looked at him as if staring at an idol. "Yes, I want to be a battle mage, so I want to learn close combat, my greatest weakness. Please teach me." Over here, Celia smiled inwardly at Chelsea volunteering to be trained by Leo, thinking about how the untrained lambs behave. "I really hope everyone can experience Leo's training at least once," she said with a sly look, leaving the young mage puzzled. Back to Leo. Ignoring their chatter, he reached down and picked up the ring that had fallen to the ground. Wondering, is this the dropped item ring? A beam of light shot out from inside the ring, and within that light, a tiny figure with wings on its back appeared before him. Looking at the face of the figure opposite him, Leo immediately recognized Prince Silid. "Silid, do you remember me?"
"I'm Kyle,"
Leo asked softly, and the prince gave a faint smile in acknowledgement. Then he transformed into a stream of light and slipped back into the ring. From Leo's perspective, seeing his friend return to the ring, he also pondered. It seems he became the Mana King thanks to the relic Alby found. He received the Mana Eye. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the space around everyone began to collapse, and a strange sound rang out. A countdown to return from the testing area began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The reward for passing was the vow of the Fairy King. A mysterious shadow suddenly appeared before Leo and whispered to him, The shadow's face was concealed by the author. However, upon seeing that face, Leo's gaze went blank as if he recognized who the other was. Time quickly passed, and the scene cut to a bustling town area. An old man was peering at a report in his hands and muttering. Apparently the exam in the Western Territory had concluded. This old man was named Alien Bedian. He was a master swordsman and the headmaster of Lumern Academy. Beside him, a girl who looked like his secretary was troubled by the news. Is it over? But there are still so many people in other regions. How many did Master Albi pass? She asked with difficulty. Hearing that, Alien glanced over the report and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, if it's Albi, the number's probably sizable, 40 passed." The secretary sighed. However, the headmaster had already made plans. "Don't be too tense. I expected maybe about 10 would pass." He laughed heartily, leaving the secretary at a loss for words. She curiously pressed on, "I guessed Celia or Abad would lead. So who got the position?" In response, Alien said it was hard to choose and that one person had been nominated as the representative of the new students. Hearing this, the secretary was stunned because she knew how hard to please Albi could be. Professor Albi nominated someone? That's surprising. Is it Celia Zerdinger or Abad Llewellyn? It's a name we've never heard before. I didn't expect Albi to rate him so highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. I'm sending Leo Plav as the representative for the new students. Reason: talent to become a hero. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a large bathhouse where our protagonist, Leo, was relaxing in the tub. Such pains need healing with care and time. Wonderful, Leo said softly as he leaned back. At that moment, the voice of the mysterious shadow echoed in his head again. The reward for passing is the vow of the Fairy King. When you clear the world of a living hero, normally you would not receive a reward, yet somehow, only he received it, only himself. Leo wondered silently. Before he could think further, Madame Reina suddenly entered the bathhouse, causing him to be momentarily stunned. "Mother, is something wrong?" he asked. Reina's expression was very serious in reply. "Leo, do you know why I was expelled from the Zerdinger family? It was for saving a comrade. I lost the Zerdinger fire flame, but I have never regretted my choice. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talent for what is right. And congratulations on being accepted into Lumern Academy," she said, smiling with relief. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a luxurious city, Lemuria, home to Lumern Academy. Through the spatial portal, Leo's group had arrived here. "You have arrived in Lemuria. Make sure you have all your luggage before leaving the gate," a voice reminded. Leo immediately glanced at an architectural complex across the river and whispered, "This place is the center of the world, Lemuria, and that is Lumern Academy." At the front, Uncle Ziz's voice rang out, "Leo, how was your past month?" "Congratulations on passing the entrance exam," he said, extending his hand in greeting, and Leo quickly returned it. "Thanks, Uncle. But what brings you here?" Instead of answering directly, Ziz posed a question. "Our family has been embroiled in endless debate for a month. Do you know why?" Hearing that, Leo guessed the issue and asked, "Have they reached a decision about inheriting the Phoenix breath?" "Exactly. Even if my sister is no longer a member of the family, you are still her son. Besides, the elders are very impressed that you passed the notoriously harsh Western region exam." Saying that, he produced a golden key from his coat pocket and handed it to Leo, adding instructions. "This is a secondary spatial key. Open it." Hearing this, Leo held the key out and twisted it in the air as if unlocking a door. A mysterious grimoire then appeared before his eyes. It emanated an unusually noble aura. Seeing this, Ziz asked Leo to drip a drop of his blood onto the page. Obeying, Leo quickly bit his fingertip and let a few drops fall onto it. Immediately the book emitted a blinding light. Then strange, incomprehensible script appeared on the pages. "Now only you can read this book. Learning the Zerdinger family's secret techniques isn't easy, but I have a feeling you'll master them quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger family," he said, giving the protagonist a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The scene then shifted to a roadside tavern where Leo and Celia had agreed to meet. While he was still wandering around looking for her, he suddenly collided with a girl his age, sending the stacks of books she carried scattering everywhere. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going, the girl said in panic, hurriedly gathering her books and rushing off. Perhaps in her haste, while picking up her things, she forgot a student ID which Leo noticed. Chloe Muller, Leo whispered as he looked at the card. A freshman at Reborn Academy. Putting that aside, he quickly moved into a shop. Inside, the swordswoman Celia had been waiting a while. Seeing Leo finally arrive, she couldn't help but complain, "Leo, you're late. Uniforms, textbooks, and lots of other things to buy." "Sorry, I had to meet Uncle Z's," Leo said apologetically. Hearing this, Celia brightened and asked, "So they've decided? What was the outcome?" Opposite her, Leo wasted no time letting her wonder and immediately demonstrated his ability. Suddenly a pair of flaming wings appeared from his back, radiating a dazzling aura. "Is this how you use it?" Leo asked calmly. Meanwhile, Celia was so shocked she dropped all the items in her hands to the ground. "Impossible. It's taken me 3 weeks to get a feel for that secret technique." "Leo, who exactly are you?" she thought dazedly. You can't blame her. As a legendary hero, Leo could grasp techniques easily without long practice. Time passed quickly as the scene cut to a pier. It seemed to be a modern engine-powered ship, and the incoming freshmen were gathered there preparing to depart. Looking at the massive ship before them, the group couldn't help but gawk and look around. "Wow, that's huge." Murmurs of awe began to rise, until a professor came forward and addressed the whole group. "Welcome, new students. I am Professor Ayn Alandu, in charge of the freshman nights class. We will depart for Reborn immediately. Everyone board the ship now," he said, pointing to the vessel behind him. With that, the batch of freshmen quickly and orderly stepped onto the ship. A dessert banquet had already been laid out on deck for the students to enjoy, and as everyone happily ate, a voice suddenly addressed Leo and Celia. "Hey you two, the couple over there. Do you have a moment? My name is Carr Thomas. I'm from the Kingdom of Moira. From medicines to weapons, I sell everything. Come see me if you need anything while at school." Saying that, he handed both of them a business card. For the record, Carr is an alchemist, which explains why he had so many goods. Across from them, Celia was still annoyed at being called a couple, so Leo replied for them, "Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plav from the Kingdom of Dalad." Carr's eyes flashed with surprise. "Dalad, so you passed the Western Regional exam. Impressive." Putting that aside, Leo scanned the surroundings and felt something off. After all, am I the only one who thinks this situation is strange? Everything's too peaceful, like something's wrong. In response, the swordswoman Celia sighed and retorted, "A warm welcome for freshmen who passed the exam. Isn't that normal?" Hearing that, Carr, still eating cake, nodded. "Yeah, there's no reason they'd mistreat students before enrollment. Surely not," he said confidently. However, whether it was because this youngster talked too much or by chance, just after he finished speaking, the entire ship began to rock violently, signaling that something bad was about to happen. Then, from the depths of the sea, a gigantic tentacle rose up. It shot toward the ship, tearing deep cracks across the deck. Panic erupted. "Professor Ayn, help!" In another corner, Professor Ayn, witnessing the students' chaos, calmly sipped his wine as if nothing were happening. "Help you? You are students of Reborn Academy, hero candidates. When danger strikes, you must overcome it yourselves," he said. He glanced ahead where a colossal octopus with a maw full of jagged teeth had just surfaced from the sea. The sudden turn of events angered Celia so much that she stomped on the cake in her hand, smashing it. Seeing this, Leo swung his sword and cut through a tentacle, then hurriedly tried to calm her. "Celia, stay composed." In reply, the swordswoman told Leo he should mind his own business and immediately launched an attack with her sword wreathed in aura. However, for some reason the giant octopus opened its mouth and blasted a huge jet of water straight at Celia, drenching her like a soaked rat. Seeing that, Leo didn't know what to say. It's natural behavior for a kraken. It reacts to heat by spraying water. Basic knowledge, he said wearily, which only made Celia angrier. Elsewhere, an unnamed student had his leg seized by the giant octopus's tentacle and was about to be made into a meal. "Damn octopus!" Leo ground out as he dashed over to rescue him. Then the two of them each unleashed a strike and easily chopped the tentacle in two simultaneously. Carr, hiding under a table, could hardly believe his eyes as the two of them performed such a powerful dual sword coordination. This is exactly Celia's power. Top scorer in the Western region. But what's up with this Leo? He said, utterly astonished. Before he could say more, an ice-frozen tentacle was hurled toward him, nearly hitting the youth with a stray shot. "Hey, watch out!" he shouted irritably at whoever had frozen the tentacle, drawing Leo's attention. It turned out to be the girl he had collided with earlier. Judging by how she used her ice magic to attack, her power was by no means trivial. Replying to Carr, she complained, "Why don't you stay back if you can't protect yourself?" She complained again, "Why don't you stay back if you can't protect yourself?" Hearing her, you could only lament your own weakness. Damn, the strong never care if we're dragged into their fights. Then, whether out of sheer bad luck or not, another massive tentacle was flung toward him, as if he had become a magnet for severed tentacles. This time, the ones intervening were the siblings Abad and Chelsea. "The contest isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger," Abad warned. "I feel the same," Celia replied irritably. As the students battled the monster, Professor Ein calmly enjoyed his glass of wine, whispering as he poured, "There are many monsters in the lake that leads to Lumern Academy. A kraken is perfect for a welcome party." Saying that, the young professor narrowed his eyes slightly and observed the outstanding individuals, the expected standout captains. Chun Xia of the East, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn of the West, Chloe Mueller of the North, Walden Tyden of the South, Duran of the Central Region. This year's freshmen are truly exceptional, but the one who impressed me most is that unidentified freshman. Their swordsmanship has no wasted movement. He moves as if he can predict the Kraken's actions. I'll meet him in the Knights class. Thinking that, Ein smiled with some anticipation. With the combined efforts of the standout individuals, even a Kraken couldn't withstand the multi-pronged assault and soon succumbed. Not long after, the ship that brought them to Lumern Academy docked, and the moment they disembarked many were vomiting, faces pale. "Imagine I've run out of all my supplies," Carr muttered. Next, Professor Ein lightly jumped down from the ship's prow and told everyone, "You'll have to cross that lake many times, so get used to it quickly. Now we'll move to the induction hall." Cut to inside Lumern Academy, at the Elikra training grounds. The freshmen were gathered here, while observers around the perimeter watched the newcomers as if seeking out the exceptional among them. "See? I told you, no ordinary people here. I hope there'll be some interesting ones this year." Murmurs of gossip began to rise. Ignoring the chatter, Professor Ein instructed, "We'll begin the induction ceremony now. Line up by region. High scorers at the front of each line. The headmaster will speak first." Obeying, the students quickly formed neat ranks. After the formation was set, Old Callian stepped forward to speak. "You have come here hoping to become heroes. I have only a few words for you. If you dream of becoming heroes, always put yourselves first and push beyond your limits. Those who cannot do so do not belong here." Then, perhaps in a burst of excitement, he raised his hand and smashed the podium before him, shattering it into pieces. This somewhat violent act left the students below silent and unwilling to utter a word. Not even a single clap. Turning to Callian, seeing that no one had responded to his speech, the old man looked a bit embarrassed. Had he said too much? At that, the students snapped back to attention and erupted into loud cheers, causing the old man's face to brighten. However, as if the response were still insufficient, the headmaster casually said, "I heard nothing at all," which silenced the professors standing behind him. The longer they taught at Lumern, the more the great image of the instructor was eroded. Putting aside the headmaster's humorous nature, the host then continued, "Now we'll hear the speech from the freshman representative. The freshman representative is Leo Plov. Please come to the stage." Below, Leo was surprised to learn he had been chosen as the representative. He immediately glanced at Professor Albi. Catching Leo's eye, the handsome professor simply smiled and nodded slightly to signal approval. With no choice, Leo stepped up to speak. Fortunately, they had prepared his remarks in advance. "To the professors and fellow students, we, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumern as proud members of this academy. Blah blah, thank you." That was the freshman representative speech by Leo Plov. And with that, Leo folded the booklet in his hand. The host didn't let him step down yet and asked, "Thank you, Leo. Now tell us, what is your goal as the freshman representative?" Leo immediately guessed the school's intention. Were they trying to provoke those who nearly had the spot instead of him? Thinking that he wasn't afraid of anyone and challenged the assembled mass. "Hello? I'm freshman representative Leo Plav. If any of you want this position, come and take it, whoever you are," Leo declared with overflowing confidence, much to the surprise of the teachers behind him who, 3 seconds earlier, had assumed he was a model, obedient student and expected a quiet induction. Time passed quickly to late afternoon. Cut to the Lumern Academy dormitory, where the freshmen were led to their quarters by a guide. "You've worked hard today. Starting tomorrow, exploratory classes will begin for about a week. Regardless of the major you wish to pursue, you may attend any classes you like during this time. During this period, you'll choose 3 subjects to specialize in. That's it. Sleep early so you won't be late for your first class." Back where Leo was, before entering the room, his friend Carr bid him farewell. "Leo, our rooms are next to each other. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Good night, Leo." "Yeah, see you tomorrow," Leo nodded in reply. After entering the room, he tossed his suitcase onto the bed and lay down to rest, not even bothering to change clothes. Of course, Leo wasn't actually careless. He lay down because there was something he needed to check at that moment. After closing his eyes, Leo's consciousness shifted into a vast space resembling a huge library with countless books arranged everywhere. "What I hope to find at Lumern is something, perhaps here, the chronicle of my heroics," Leo thought silently. Time flew to the next morning. Cut to the dining hall. While Leo was eating alone, Carr came over with a tray 3 times the usual size, sat beside him, and offered, "Leo, shall we eat together?" Seeing this, Leo didn't mind and agreed. "All right." No sooner had those words ended than trouble found him. A tray of food was placed right in front of Leo, accompanied by a shout. "Freshman representative, what you said in your speech yesterday, do you really mean that?" The speaker was one of the standouts Professor Ein had noticed, Duran Moira of the Central Region. His meal was fairly ordinary, except for a small flag stuck in his hamburger for the kids to play with. Opposite him, Leo kept eating as if he hadn't noticed Duran's hostile tone. "My words yesterday were pretty provocative, weren't they?" Leo said calmly. "Well, that's how it is. If a stranger comes to pick a fight, it's not surprising." The calmer he was, the angrier Duran became. Seeing Leo seemingly dismiss his words, Duran's eyes bulged as he snapped, "Don't you know who I am? I'm the captain of the Central Region." Across from him, the 2 starving brats ignored Duran and happily continued eating, making Duran look like a clown trying to get attention while being fed butter by others. Finally unable to contain his fury, he surged with a bolt of anger, kicked up his tray, and launched his food into the air. Leo's tray was flung skyward as well, but that still wasn't enough to faze our protagonist. With incredible dexterity, his 2 arms whipped like machines and caught all the food back onto the plates without a single thing missing. He even conveniently helped his friend Carr beside him catch his own food. Not only that, Leo stuffed a bit more food into the hamburger before him, making a burger with the best ingredients. The double cheese Burger King. "Throwing away such a precious meal is unforgivable," Leo said with a light laugh. Opposite him, seeing his provocation had no effect on Leo, Duran went berserk. "I'll drag you down from that golden thorn right now. I can't stand seeing someone weaker act so arrogant," he snarled through his teeth. Before the 2 could lunge at each other, a large arm draped over both their shoulders and stopped them. The arrival was Professor Ein. To their disorderly conduct in the dining hall, the teacher said coldly, "We'll see. One of you is a Central Region captain and the other the freshman representative, arguing on the first day at Lumern." Time quickly passed. Cut to the night's exploratory class. Those interested had been waiting here for a while, but Professor Ein hadn't explained or mentioned anything, which prompted a brown-haired student to raise his hand. "Sorry, Professor, but class is about to start." Beside him, the swordswoman Celia also wondered why Leo hadn't arrived. At that moment, as if answering their questions, Leo and Duran crawled into the classroom looking like they'd just run 10 laps around the campus. Seeing his sweat-drenched body, Celia hurried over to check on him. Leo, what's wrong? Did you get into a fight? Leo didn't explain much in response to the question. He merely shot a glance at Duran with a hint of amusement. After waiting for everyone to assemble, the young professor officially began the lesson. Now that you're all here, let's start class. Welcome, freshmen. I'm Ina Landu, in charge of first-year nights. Up front, the blonde seemed still peeved about the incident with Leo, so while listening he kept glancing at him with lightning in his eyes, and Carr sensed something interesting was about to happen in this class. Oh, have they already started a large-scale psychological battle? He turned his gaze back to the professor. The professor paid no mind to the in-class squabbles and continued explaining the lesson. The 3 powers derived from mana, magical energy, soul energy, and ki field. Among them, the ki field is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why? From the back, the swordswoman Celia promptly answered. Because the ki field reduces the flexibility of mana during conversion. Hearing that, Professor Ein gave her an approving look and nodded. Right, while magical energy and soul energy use mana in its native state, the ki field absorbs mana and processes it to fit the body. Now, can anyone explain how we use the ki field accumulated within our bodies? As he spoke, his body began to emit an aura, and regarding this question, even Celia still wasn't clear why. Wouldn't it just happen if you applied a bit of force? She thought to herself. In the end, seeing no one else step forward, Leo answered for the group. Because we use the field's power by burning mana. Seeing this, Professor Ain's face showed a hint of surprise and he nodded. Right? So do you know what's most important when burning mana? That is endurance, Leo explained again, turning toward Ain. Seeing Leo repeatedly answer his questions, the professor's expression gradually changed. Impressive, Leoplav, have you ever studied field theory? No. Leo shook his head, which raised the professor's estimation even more. For someone who hasn't formally studied fields to grasp their essence like that, thinking this, he smiled slightly and continued. Then let's set theory aside and try moving the body a bit. As he spoke, he began concentrating energy into the soles of his feet. And to the astonishment of all the students, the professor's foot lifted as if stepping on solid ground though it was in midair. This is the field step. The basic principle is focusing the field's power into your feet, and its potential applications are limitless. Time passed quickly, and the students began forming groups to practice this miraculous skill. However, it is not an easy skill, so most people couldn't truly master it, except for the swordswoman Celia. With her genius reputation, she learned the technique relatively quickly and turned to show off to the protagonist. I'll show you how if you call me sister. Up ahead, Leo, embarrassed by this kindergarten-level principle, was reluctant to learn from Celia. No need, the field's mechanics aren't that different, he said casually. Speaking of Professor Ain, earlier he had noticed Duran's gaze fixed intently in one direction, and he smiled as if he'd thought of something clever. Then he clapped to get everyone's attention. As you know, there was some disorder this morning. Hearing this, the mage Chelsea, who didn't know the situation, asked curiously, what are you talking about, teacher? Turning back to Professor Ain, he called Leo and Duran to the front of him and turned to question the blonde. Duran Moira, what made you so angry? I'm not angry, he answered, not even daring to meet the professor's eyes. Seeing this, Ain more or less guessed the reason without asking, so he created an opportunity for the two to compete, then take it to the field. Central District Captain Duran Moira and the freshman representative Leoplav will race one-on-one to decide who will represent the class. In this match, you may use the field without any restrictions. The professor's words startled the blonde. Next, the merchant car took the chance to bring out a betting board to tempt everyone. Come on, place your bets. The genius of the Moira clan and descendant of heroes, Duran Moira, master of the Thunder Field, and the dark horse from the outskirts and the mysterious figure, who humbled all the district captains to become the freshman representative Leoplav. Elsewhere, students watched the two and whispered, he's the freshman rep, so he should show something, right? From what I saw when he talked to Celia Zerdinger, it seems he can't even use the field step, right? And did you hear what he did yesterday? I can't stand this guy. Not everyone can be Central District Captain. But this freshman rep hasn't proven anything. Doubts began to rise. Ignoring those remarks, Professor Ain saw both take their starting stances and said, all right, Whoever reaches the finish first wins. Whoever wins, you must accept the result politely. That's the knightly spirit. Get ready. As for the swordswoman Celia, although her reason told her Leo couldn't win, for some reason her intuition pulled her in a different direction. Honestly, Leo shouldn't be able to win, but that guy always finds a way to exceed others' expectations. Go! Ayan shouted, and at that cue both Leo and Duran sprinted forward with everything they had. Unsurprisingly, Duran, with his field advantage, shot ahead. I'll go first, rookie. He sneered and launched forward like a rocket. Seeing his speed, people couldn't help but praise. Wow, just as expected from Duran. So cool. And the freshman rep, they turned to Leo and shook their heads softly. Unbelievable, he's really bad. Just as predicted, that guy being the rep is a scam. Unacceptable. Nearby, the mage Chelsea, seeing no one giving Leo respect, shouted encouragement. Leo, go! Back on the track, with his lightning speed Duran had already covered half the distance. Seeing the current result, Carr couldn't help but worry for his new friend. Duran had reached the halfway point. As for Leo, he of course noticed this, so when he reached the curve, for reasons unknown, Leo suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then he concentrated force into the soles of his feet and shot straight out of the arena, leaving Celia staring in confusion, wondering what on earth had gotten into him. With their eyes on him, the protagonist continuously leapt and sped up toward the observation stand. Then he paused briefly to watch Duran's figure running ahead, focused all his power into his legs, and executed a burst acceleration. His leap was so powerful the floor cracked into countless pieces. His body shot forward faster than a rocket. Even as he sped past Duran, he didn't forget to taunt him. I'll go first, you slowpoke. Before Duran could even grasp what had happened, Leo had already crossed the damn finish line. Not only Duran, but the whole crowd that had mocked Leo earlier stood dumbfounded. Jaws dropped. Did you see that? This isn't a joke. Duran should be the fastest among the students, yet he lost to this guy, and I'm sure the guy never learned the field step. The group looked at each other in confusion at Leo's sudden acceleration. As for Celia, unlike the others, she recognized the technique Leo had used. It wasn't the field step, it was the phoenix step. In a corner, the ditzy pair Chelsea and Carr didn't overthink it. They were simply happy for Leo's victory. As for Professor A, with his experience he saw more than anyone. Duran used his signature Thunderfield to boost his speed. I expected that, but that speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, although Leoplav was slower, he had better control. He concentrated all the fire field into his legs to produce an intimidating aura step. It was an excellent application. Perhaps a true hero will finally appear in this generation, he said with a hopeful smile. Meanwhile, after winning, Leo went to greet his opponent. Great match, Duran. If it had been a long race, the result might have been different, he said, reaching out his hand. Unfortunately, that Duran is too arrogant to show a friendly face to Leo. Get lost. The proud loser sneered as he shoved Leo aside. Leaving Duran's unpleasant words aside, the mage Chelsea ran over to Leo with eyes full of admiration. Leo, you're amazing. I want to train with you too. Seeing her look, the young man Carr, seemingly unaware of his own looks, turned to Celia and complained. Why is she obsessed with him and not me? She should pay attention to me too. Of course she should, Celia said, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Anyway, class is over now. Let's go to the cafe. It's on me today, Carr cheerfully offered, seeming to have won some money from the earlier bets. But Leo politely declined the offer. Sorry, you all go ahead. Where are you going? Carr asked curiously. I'm going to attend the summoning lecture, the protagonist replied frankly. Hearing that, the orange-haired friend was baffled that a night school student would go to a summoning lecture. How could a swordsman attend summoning class? In response, Celia could only sigh in exasperation. Whatever, I don't understand what he's thinking either. Back to Leo. While walking to the summoning class, he was lost in thought. One thing he still didn't understand was why the Fairy King had given him an oath as a reward. A reward from the hero's world related to the power of that world's master. The reward I received was tied to summoning. But Master Albi is a pure mage with nothing to do with summoning. Normally I'd receive a magic-related skill. Moreover, to make a pact with a fairy spirit I'd have to go to the spirit's land. So right now it's useless. Leo muttered to himself before being snapped out of his thoughts by a girl's voice. So you came to listen to the summoning lecture too? Hearing that, the protagonist turned around and saw who had called him, the captain of the East, Chanxia, 17, and seeing Leo had noticed her. She nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you, Leo. Leo smiled in return. Nice to meet you, Chanxia. Call me Xia. She waved and then asked why he was here. I'm actually interested in spiritual studies, Leo explained to dismiss it. Then we'll meet often, Chanxia said softly. Leo then asked if she could tell him which spirit she had a pact with. Chanxia didn't hesitate and immediately summoned her spirit for him to see. It appeared to be a water element spirit. Then Chanxia asked Leo to show her his spirit as well. I haven't made a pact yet, the protagonist explained, which surprised Chanxia a little. Really? Then if you need help later, just call me. I can give you some advice on summoning spirits. Alright, I'll remember you. But how old are you? Leo asked curiously.
I'm 17.
Leo, you're 15, right? I saw you talking with Celia. Hearing the girl's age, he exclaimed inwardly. 17. She really looks much younger. She even seems younger than Chelsea. Thinking that, he noticed Chanxia staring at him with a suspicious look. Then, like a woman's intuition kicking in, Chanxia asked suspiciously, you were just thinking something rude, weren't you? No, Leo said, glancing off to another direction. Putting that aside, she smiled lightly and proposed, anyway, Leo, I'm really impressed by your match with Duran. One day, please accept my challenge, she added. Our protagonist never backs down from a challenge, so he smiled and accepted. Of course. Cut to the summoning class. Upon arriving, Leo was a bit surprised by how small the class was. Only this few people? From behind, Chanxia answered awkwardly. That makes sense. Summoning isn't a popular choice, and this is an exploratory class. But it's still surprising that the lesson is held here. The male lead side at the class being held out on the meadow. Next, a huge dark shadow appeared overhead, startling the whole group. A black dragon. Where did it come from? Get lost. A student screamed in panic as the dragon stared at him. Seeing their cowardly posture, a female voice explained. It came because it likes you, kid. Nice to meet you first-year students. My name is Yura Marin. I'm the summoning teacher who will guide you this year. Around them, the male students' hearts thumped as they took in the teacher's beautiful face and vibrant figure. I want to become the teacher's spirit beast. They all sighed longingly. Leaving aside those guys, even Leo had to admit her beauty. If Dueno were here, he'd go crazy, Leo murmured, thinking of his friend's womanizing ways in his previous life. Turning back to Professor Yura. After letting everyone settle, she began the lesson. All right, rookies. Your presence here shows you have some talent for summoning, right? Yes, the group shouted in unison. Pleased, she said, very good, loud and clear. We'll move straight to the practice area. Saying that, Yura turned to remind her assistant Carlo. Carlo, a white-haired, bespectacled young man, had brought a griffin to assist. He was the first-year summoning class's teaching assistant. Seeing the transport ready, Yura continued, You'll go in pairs, now mount the griffins. Hearing this, a student hesitantly spoke up. Professor, this is our first time riding a griffin, he said, eyes pleading for help, but that request was completely dismissed. Yura shot him an angry look. So you're saying you don't want to learn my lesson? If you think you can't do it, then go back. With that, she leapt onto her black dragon's back and immediately flew off. She left the students below still dazed and confused. In the end, it was Assistant Carlo who stepped forward to calm everyone. Come on, let's follow the professor. Mounting the griffins turned out to be easier than the students had imagined. Chanxia proactively paired with Leo. Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins? Seeing this, though surprised, he agreed, sure, hold them as long as you like. After getting used to it a bit, the group quickly chased after the professor, and only when they felt the cool sea breeze on their faces did they realize how wonderful it was to have a mount. I can't believe we're riding griffins, this is Lumern class. Hey, swap seats with me. I want to try flying too. Wait a bit, voices of contention began to rise. Meanwhile, Chanxia was ecstatic. I'm a little worried, but it's gentler than I thought. Hearing that, Leo behind her reminded her. Be careful, griffins are hard to control for beginners. Hearing this, Chanxia couldn't hide her curiosity. Really? But it's so gentle because... Leo began to explain. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Professor Yura up front produced some kind of whistle and puffed her cheeks to blow. Its blast was so loud it made everyone uncomfortable, and as soon as they heard it, the Glixen's attitudes changed 180 degrees, becoming ferocious and harder to control than ever. Not good, they won't listen anymore. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Professor, save us. The group panicked and begged, but Yura had no intention of budging. Instead, she told the clumsy students to handle the situation themselves quickly. Do you think you deserve to be Lumern Academy students if you can't control a griffin? Control them yourselves. As for the pair Leo and Chansya, the Mount Sudden rebellion left the black-haired girl flustered. Seeing this, Leo behind her gently wrapped an arm around her waist, took her hand, and guided her slowly. Griffins have a very proud spirit, so using force to dominate them will only make them rebel more. Leo, what are you doing? Chansya asked, her face as red as a ripe gourd. However, Leo paid no attention to that. Instead, he gently took the reins and gradually regained control of the griffin. Come on, he said, and the griffin immediately calmed and surged forward. The speed at which he calmed the mount even drew a compliment from Yura. Not bad at all. Saying that, she turned to ask her assistant Carlo. The first-year representative is an engineering candidate, right? Hearing this, Carlo hurriedly checked the records and nodded. That's right. So does he have his own griffin at home, or how is he so skilled? She asked further. Carlo immediately shook his head. No, he doesn't come from any noble family that owns griffins. Turning back to Yura, she felt as if she'd just hit the jackpot. This is pure talent. It seems we've just found a gem, she said, rubbing her chin in delight. Cut to Summoning Island. This is the summoning department's practice area. At the moment, most students were sprawled on the sand, seasick from trying to ride the griffins here, and while they were still reeling from motion sickness, Leo took the opportunity to wander around and see if there was anything interesting. Then, he noticed some kind of fruit nearby and reached out to pick it, or rather what caught his attention was a feather stuck to the fruit. A star feather, Leo murmured. Seeing his odd expression, Chansya asked, What's wrong, Leo? Oh, nothing. Leo shook his head. Elsewhere, Yura didn't wait for her students to recover before yelling. Stop dawdling and pay attention. From now on you'll take a practical test. Hearing the announcement, the group gaped and complained. What? A practical test on the very first day? But this is just the trial period, why test us now? The split-haired students said in confusion. To explain this, Yura began to enlighten them. Compared to the other two departments, our path is much longer. Does anyone here not know that? For summoners, merely knowing how to control mana is not enough. To sign a contract with a spirit, you need harmony with the spirit, and to command summoned beasts, you need taming ability. This is why the number of heroes in the summoning department is smaller than in other departments. However, compared to other heroes, summoners who reach the peak accomplish greater feats. Aren't you here to become that kind of hero? In response, a white-haired girl stepped forward and admitted, That's right. So what is the test? This girl was Eliza Herjin, from the famous Northern Summoner hero family, the Herjin clan. Up front, Professor Yura glanced at her and explained. This island is called Summoning Island. As the name implies, it's teeming with summoned creatures, and since summons are weapons for summoners, the test will evaluate your taming ability. The test is simple. Tame a summoned creature in this forest and bring it back. Once tamed and contracted, the creature will belong to you, she said with a smile. The students went wild at the thought of getting a little companion on the island. Wow, this really is Lumern Academy, they said, and hurried off to explore the forest for the best pet. And while Leo prepared to move out to find a suitable summon for himself, Eliza suddenly spoke to him. So you're the first-year representative. Rumor has it you defeated Duran. What can we expect from you in summoning class? I'm just doing my best. The male lead replied coldly and quickened his pace. Behind him, Eliza stared at his retreating back and furrowed her brows as if a little annoyed. Meanwhile, Professor Yura surveyed the group and smiled inwardly. These people look like they'll be key players in the first year. Time passed quickly. Some students began to get familiar and successfully tame summons, while Leo still wandered without a suitable target. Oh, He's the first-year rep, but he's heading deep into the woods, someone noted. Another shrugged, whatever. If he fails to tame and gets 0, he'll probably return to the night department. Does he think summoning is that easy? Ignoring the chatter, Leo pushed deeper into the forest until he was sure no one was around. Then Leo took out the feather he'd picked up when he first arrived on the island and began to use his aura to ignite it with his fire. Ha ha! Just as I thought. This is... Leo chuckled, but before his smile lasted a second, a loud explosion sounded behind him. Elsewhere at a campsite, Mrs. Reyna worried about her son. "Will Leo be all right?" she murmured. Someone brought a plate of food and shook their head. "It's only the first days of school. Reyna, you're already this worried? Well, nothing should happen, right?" Reyna nodded and took a cup from the other, not knowing her son truly was in trouble. It was a very big problem. This intense heat, the phoenix, one of the 3 great summons, Leo said with a dazed expression. In front of Leo, a voice began to speak. "Just Zerdinger's child, huh?" "I smell Reyna's flame," the speaker replied. Leo's eyes showed curiosity as he asked, "You know my mother?" At this, the other's tone softened a bit. "Your mother? Then I guessed right. Indeed, if she has a child, he'd be about your age." "Do I know your mother?" "Of course I do. I'm grateful to Reyna." The voice belonged to a phoenix basking in flames. Her name was Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts. "I'm very grateful to Reyna," the phoenix said. Her voice belonged to Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts. Now she looked at Leo with fondness and introduced herself. "My name is Farina, Reyna's son." Opposite her, Leo returned the greeting. "Hello, Phoenix Farina. My name is Leo Plav. What is your connection to my mother?" "You said you're grateful to her," he asked. Farina's eyes took on a reminiscent look as she slowly recounted. "Reyna saved my summoner's life, Ellen Lunda. At that time Ellen was exploring a dungeon in Siren. She had lost all her companions and was in grave danger. Then your mother arrived and saved her, and in the process Reyna lost her blazing aura. Without that incident Reyna would surely have become a hero." From Leo's perspective, hearing this made him feel a bit sad for his mother. But then he affirmed, "My mother said she does not regret what she did that day." "Huh? Indeed. She's that kind of knight." Farina agreed with a smile. Then, Leo asked why Farina was on this island. But the phoenix did not reveal the reason, only saying she could not tell Leo. She then shifted the conversation to him. "But aren't you a knight? What are you doing on this island?" Leo said he was studying summoning, which left Farina astonished at his choice. Then she chuckled. "Haha! How interesting. This is destiny, Leo Plav. At last I can repay the debt I owe your mother," she said, reaching out. "Take this, Leo. This is my child. One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you will form a contract with it." As she spoke, she handed Leo an egg radiating brilliant golden light. Back with the protagonist, upon hearing this he asked, "Can I do that right now?" Seeing this, Farina's face went blank for a moment. Then she hurriedly warned Leo, "It's still too early. You could die." "Stop. Oh no, it's too late," she murmured. "Your willingness to challenge the impossible without hesitation reminds me of Reyna. I wish you luck." Back with Leo, his consciousness was drawn into a dark space where a warm flame glowed before him. Leo reached out and gently touched the flame, and the moment he touched it the fire erupted violently, engulfing his body in a whirlwind of flame. The heat was unbearable. This is Phoenix fire. To create such powerful flame by burning the body, we must endure this pain every day, a creature that lives by continuously rebirthing its burning flesh. "I understand your pain and share it with you," Leo whispered. Then, as if sensing his thought, the flame slowly weakened and became much gentler. At the same time outside, hairline cracks began to appear across the eggshell. Then it slipped from Leo's hand and floated slowly in the air, and all the fire around Leo was drawn into the egg. "Did you succeed?" Farina asked. "I did," Leo replied with a bright smile. Farina rejoiced for him. "You are a genius, Leo Plav. You will become the greatest summoner in the world. Congratulations on successfully forming the contract. The child's name is Fiora." "I entrust my child to you," Farina said with a smile. Maternal feelings can move one to tears. The newborn barely felt its mother's warmth for 3 seconds before she gave it to someone else. Opposite him, Leo studied the phoenix's form with some doubt. Is this really a phoenix? It looks too much like a chick, he wondered. Then the little bird peeped twice innocently and looked at him with curious eyes, convincing Leo further that it was indeed a chick. Cut to Professor Yura's location. The students had found suitable hosts and returned to report to her. After scanning the students, the professor turned to her assistant Carlo and asked, "What time is it?" At this, the assistant immediately understood and answered, 5 minutes left. Only 4 remained. As soon as those words ended, heavy footsteps echoed from afar, drawing her attention. Charging toward them was a giant black bear. It was Chun Xia's summoned creature. "Professor, I'm not done yet, am I?" she said, looking a little ragged. It seemed she had struggled hard to tame the bear. However, the result was not bad at all. Even Professor Yura praised her. "You tamed a bear cub as an apprentice knight? Impressive." At the same time, the big guy Walden descended to the ground, clinging to the leg of a giant bird. "Is that a shadow crow?" Yura praised. "That's a spirit beast even famous summoning families struggle to tame." "But I haven't formed the contract yet," Walden clarified. "That's already more than good. It's excellent." The professor waved her hand. Next, Eliza returned riding atop a massive white serpent, drawing gasps from those around her. "I already formed the contract because my family doesn't have one of these," the girl said calmly. Yura, recognizing the summon, praised her. "A Gorgon snake? Wonderful." Nearby, Assistant Carlo reminded her, "Professor, time's up," just as the last student is arriving. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes back and spotted Leo strolling out from the forest. What was more remarkable was the little chick perched on his head. Looking at its appearance, the students couldn't help snickering. "Haha, what's that? He tamed a chicken? What an idiot. He must have given up when he realized he couldn't summon properly." Unlike those students' thoughts, Professor Yura's eyes widened when she sensed the aura radiating from the little chick. "Damn it! Son of a... That's a phoenix." Time quickly passed. Cut to Professor Yura's office. At this time she had called Leo in for a private meeting. Outside the door, after straightening his clothes, Leo knocked lightly. Inside, Yura, aware he had arrived, called out, "Come in. I heard you wanted to see me," Leo asked curiously. "Now sit down. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen a phoenix. In fact, I didn't even know phoenixes existed on Summoning Island. And a freshman forming a contract with a phoenix. This has never happened in the Academy's history." "I know who you really are, Leo," she said, staring directly into the protagonist's eyes with seriousness. Opposite her, Leo swallowed nervously, worried his identity might be exposed. Although he had done nothing wrong, a hero reborn after 5,000 years would naturally attract attention. However, Leo worried unnecessarily, because immediately after that Professor Yura hugged him tightly and praised him. "You are a summoning genius, an unprecedented talent. I want to praise what you've achieved, but I think your contract with the Phoenix should remain secret. If revealed now, things would become unnecessarily chaotic. When the trial classes end, be sure to choose summoning as your major. You have the talent to become a summoning hero remembered for ages," she said, gently patting Leo's shoulder with confidence. Time quickly passed to the next day. The ice attribute mage Chloe was yawning down the corridor when she was spotted by Leo and Car. "Your mouth's about to rip, Chloe. Haha. You look tired." Hearing that, Chloe turned and explained that she had stayed up late studying magic books. At the same time, Leo remembered her student ID and said, "You're Chloe Mueller, aren't you?" "Here," he said, handing her back her card. Looking at the card, Chloe remembered they'd met before. "Oh, so it's you. Thanks, freshman representative." Having said that, the 3 of them happily entered the classroom. "Today's the trial magic class. Hey Leo, it looks like you'll join the magic class too," Car asked curiously. "Since we're still in the trial period, I want to take as many classes as possible," Leo replied calmly, making Car envious of his studiousness. "That's great. I only care about magic, so I only attend magic classes." At that, Carr lowered his voice and whispered into the protagonist's ear. The ice woman is aiming for the top of the magic department. Her name is Chloe Mueller, he added. Leo glanced toward the ice girl and noticed she was looking back at him. Sensing this, Carr felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly tried to slip away. It's freezing here, isn't it? I think I should move further back, he said cheerfully and turned to go. But before he could leave his spot, a sharp pillar of ice shot up from the ground and blocked his path. And of course Chloe was the one who did it. Carr, come sit in the front row with me. You seem interested in the class, so I'll help you. Saying that, she grabbed Carr by the collar and dragged him like a little dog, leaving him to whimper silently. Leo, watching, found the scene somewhat amusing. At the same time, the mage siblings Abad and Chelsea at the back greeted Leo. A few minutes later, the course instructor entered, and his appearance sent the female students into excited whispers. "Oh my God, he's so handsome," they murmured. Ignoring the comments, the handsome teacher spoke loudly. "I will teach you magic this year. My name is Len or..." Pausing, Len tapped a stack of test papers beside him and reminded them, "Before we start today's trial class, you'll take a theoretical magic test." With that, the handsome teacher snapped his fingers and the test papers flew toward everyone by themselves. Being asked to take a test before learning anything stupefied the students. "What? A test on the very first day of the trial class?" someone shouted. To their surprise, Len confirmed, "Yes. If you don't meet certain standards, you can't join my class. If you're a Lumern student, this level is normal. When you finish the test, submit it to my assistant Anna." On the side, Anna, first-year magic department assistant, waved and called out, "Submit your tests to me, everyone." Back to Leo. Looking at the test questions, he grew heavy with anxiety and began to tremble. This was the first time in the story he'd shown such an expression. Is this really the current trend in magic? Why are the formulas so complex? He complained inwardly. Time passed quickly. Everyone hunched over and worked on their tests, and after finishing, they realized the test wasn't as hard as they thought. "This is easier than I expected. But what's the answer to the last question?" "I solved everything except that one," a group excitedly discussed. Meanwhile, Leo felt his head about to steam from thinking so hard. "I only solved one question. I should have studied current magic before coming." He nervously handed his pitiful test back to the teaching assistant. "Sigh, I should self-study magic?" Leo muttered inwardly and quickly left the class. With his ancient magical knowledge, attending class would only embarrass him. Back with the handsome Professor Len, as soon as he collected the tests, he began grading them on the spot. Over the past 100 years, magic seems to have advanced a great deal. Magic that once required perfect understanding can now be used simply by memorizing activation conditions. However, this development has lowered the overall proficiency of mages. Saying that, a beam of light shot up from Len's palm into the air. Then the scene inside the classroom transformed into a vast, mystical cosmic space. Seeing the spectacle before them, the students in the class gaped. Len didn't leave them in suspense. He explained, "This is the essence of magic that I created. I made it from the end to the beginning. I want you to become people who can research and create your own magic. That's why I gave you this test." 49 questions worth 1 point each, based on simple memorization, and the final question is worth 51 points, analyzing the true nature of magic. I hope everyone here can become a mage capable of solving it. As for the ice mage Chloe, looking at her test, her face showed embarrassment. Not surprising that it was the only question she couldn't solve. Has Leo given up? I really wanted to take the magic class with him. What a pity, Chelsea lamented inwardly. At that moment, teaching assistant Anna, as if she had discovered something, hurried to Len's side and whispered in his ear, "Professor, a student solved question 50. Hearing this, the handsome man's expression showed astonishment. Then he burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who is it? One of you has achieved a perfect score for the first time in history. Please stand up. Who is it?" At this, Len's face flushed with excitement, but Anna quickly interjected, "That student didn't get a perfect score, Professor." Len, unfazed, insisted it made sense. "Really? It seems some questions were left blank because too much time was spent on the last one." That's a bit regrettable but also fine. Come up here. No, it's not like that. He only solved the final question. Anna whispered the correction, which wiped the smile from Len's face. What is his name? He asked again. That's student Leoplav, Anna replied. Then, student Leoplav, please stand up, Len said, scanning the students. However, Leo had already disappeared right after submitting his test. Finally, it was Chelsea who spoke up to explain. Student Leo left after finishing his test, sir. Cut to Leo, who was happily eating ice cream with Celia and recounting the magic class test to her, making the swordswoman laugh heartily. Haha, so you left after solving only one question? First a chick in summoning class and only one answer in magic class. Leo, don't you realize you're doing something wrong? If you're a Knight Major student, you should focus on swordsmanship. Hearing that, Leo bristled and asked, So do you want to train endurance with me? Celia faltered at the proposal, but then, their conversation was interrupted by Professor Len. So you're a Knight Major student? Are you Leoplav who disrespected my class? Why did you leave after answering only one question? Did you find them too easy to bother? He asked, eyes blazing with anger. Opposite him, Leo, not wanting to offend the professor, immediately explained, Professor, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I thought I failed the test. All the questions except the final one were too difficult, so I couldn't answer any. I studied magic by reading ancient magical texts, so I'm not confident with any modern questions. Turning back to Professor Len, the more he heard, the more his expression changed. Then, instead of being angry with Leo, he picked him up like a small cat and said with a face full of excitement, Follow me for a moment. Having said that, the professor happily pulled Leo along like a toy, leaving him powerless to resist, while over here, the swordswoman Celia stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Is that the Lumern professor of theoretical magic? He's a bit odd, she whispered, eyes full of confusion. At the same time, Assistant Professor Anna ran up, looking exhausted. Celia, have you seen Professor Len? Or is something strange happening? She gasped, out of breath from chasing the professor. Hearing this, Celia recounted everything she had witnessed. He just left here, then suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Upon hearing that, Anna's face went pale and she hurried after them. Oh my God! What is that crazy man planning to do this time? She cried inwardly. Back with Professor Len. He had taken Leo to some meeting room, written a series of questions on the board, and commanded, Solve these, student Leo. Hearing that, although the protagonist was a bit puzzled, he quickly set to work. For Len, this was also a test to evaluate Leo's talent. If he hadn't solved the final question by sheer luck, then he must have his own magical system in his head. Now show me. I will understand the true nature of. Before the thought finished, Leo stopped his motion and turned to say, I've solved them all. At this, sweat poured from the handsome professor's brow. You solved all these in your head? Yes, more or less, Leo shrugged in reply. The answer made Professor Len salivate with desire. Finally, he whispered to himself. Speaking of Professor Albee, while he was walking down the corridor, he suddenly noticed Professor Len running straight toward him with a face like he'd just won the lottery. Seeing his colleague's expression, for some reason Albee felt a sudden unease and immediately turned to leave. However, Len wouldn't let him go that easily. A second later Len lunged forward, grabbed Albee's ankles with both hands, and said with eyes full of gratitude, Thank you, Professor Albee. Thank you very much. In response, Albee immediately used his magic to lift Len into the air and warned, This isn't the first time I've seen you act impulsively, but today you've gone too far. Len, still with a flushed, eager face, replied excitedly, He's a magic prodigy. Leoplav, the student I recommended as freshman representative. He's truly a genius. Hearing that, Albee began to feel baffled. Magic? Isn't he supposed to be a knight? No, that boy must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent be wasted swinging swords, Len shouted angrily. Sending him to the knights would be an insult to the field of magic, Len roared. At the same time, Assistant Anna ran up. Seeing this, Albee dispelled his spell, causing Len to fall toward the ground. Fortunately, the assistant had anticipated this and accelerated at the last moment, catching her superior in time. "Thanks, Anna," Len said, his face beaming. "We really must return to class." The assistant snarled, veins bulging with anger, silently vowing that one day she would kill this madman. At that moment, Leo strolled up from behind. Hearing his footsteps, Professor Albee turned, nodded, and, slightly embarrassed Leo, "Mages truly do not change over time. They're all lunatics." Time passed quickly. A week later, the trial classes ended, and our protagonist was lying on the rooftop of some building, absorbed in the book in his hands. The book was titled Kyle, the Progenitor Hero. Was he really a cheat? Leo closed the book. Leo sighed heavily, disappointed that he hadn't found any useful information after reading it. Meanwhile, in Headmaster Kalian's office, while he was busy working, the three homeroom teachers of the magic, night, and summoning classes burst in together carrying a petition and showed it to him. "Please look at this." According to the paper, Leo had registered for all three majors, something that had never happened at the academy. Each homeroom teacher wanted to pull Leo into their class and have him focus on a single major. Even inside the headmaster's office, the three kept bickering, which made Kalian laugh. "All right, let's see. This reminds me of that fictional hero, the fifth great hero, also called the progenitor hero, Kyle, the only one in history proficient in all disciplines." Cut to the running track. At that moment, Celia and Chelsea were jogging their tails off. Meanwhile, their poet friend Carr, lounging about, chuckled, "God, why are they training on the weekend?" Leo answered him, "Chelsea asked me to train her." "Then why are they just running? Where are their weapons?" Carr asked. Before Leo could reply, Abad and Chelsea, exhausted, stepped forward to answer for him. "It's our endurance. Endurance is crucial for a combat mage. That's why we're running." "Now move aside, Carr." Chelsea waved him off like swatting a fly. Sitting next to Leo changed her expression 180 degrees. She no longer looked annoyed the way she had when facing Carr. "It's great to run on the weekend. I missed this feeling. I want to run with you too, Leo." "Really?" Leo asked curiously. Hearing that, the swordswoman Celia spat the water from her mouth all over the place. Chelsea looked at her with disgust. "Gross. What's wrong with you?" Turning to Leo, who of course knew why Celia had reacted that way, he said, "Anyway, I was going to run with you. Do it properly." "I told you I won't run with you," Celia shouted. Beside them, Carr, seeing their reactions, grew curious. "What's going on between you two? Why are you so close? I thought you were dating." In response, Carr pointed at Leo and enlightened the orange-haired friend. "Oh my God, he's my relative. My aunt's son, my father's sister's son." Hearing this explanation, the two in front couldn't hide their surprise and widened their eyes. "He's from the Zerdinger family?" "Not exactly, the story's complicated, but never mind." Celia waved it off, unwilling to explain further. Perhaps she didn't fully understand either. Back to Leo, after letting the two girls rest a moment, he stood and proposed, "All right, let's get serious now." Hearing him, Chelsea was excited. "Okay, let's go." Nearby, the alchemist friend Carr didn't want to be a nuisance, so he said, "I'll go explore Remeria City." Hearing this, the knight Celia turned to him with pleading eyes. "Then take me with you." Before she finished, the protagonist dragged her off like a chicken, and seeing her pitiful state, Carr didn't know what to say. "Why are there no decent nobles in my life?" he wondered to himself. Time flew until class assignment day. In class 1 to 5, as soon as the protagonist entered, his friend Carr waved him over. "Leo, over here." Seeing that, our protagonist walked over and asked, "So you already know you're in class 5? "There's nothing I don't know," Carr replied chestily, full of confidence. Then Leo glanced at the mage Chelsea dozing at her desk and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Chelsea's here too?" Seeing her tired state, Carr turned to Leo with a suspicious look. "What did you do to her over the weekend?" "Just training the basics," Leo shrugged. Chelsea, hearing this, vowed to herself never to join that kind of training again. At the same time, for some reason a few mocking voices from upperclassmen sounded behind Leo. "Oh wow, this is class 5, the class of misery? I wonder how many of you will remain after the first term. Poor freshmen. Condolences, heh. They said condolences with no hint of sadness on their faces. However, they shouldn't have said that, because right after, the homeroom teacher approached. Poor? I think you two are much more pitiful. The owner of the voice was a teacher with a face like a homeless man. Do you agree? He asked. This man was Harid Edmund, homeroom teacher for Year 1 at Lumern Academy, nicknamed the Wailing Wall. He murmured one word, chair. And immediately 2 students opposite automatically propped themselves up like chairs. The homeroom teacher then sat on both their bodies while mocking the students in front of him. Hello, you useless scum. This is the class for failures, the lowest scoring freshers. Surely you've heard of me. The Wailing Wall. Does anyone here know why I was chosen as homeroom teacher for this class? Hearing this, the loquacious Carr nervously raised his hand and said, Is it to help us improve our grades? In response, Harid turned to him with contempt. Carr Thomas, a typical answer from the bottom dweller. Does no one in this pitiful class understand the duty of a Lumern Academy student? Hearing that, the mage Chelsea also raised her hand and voiced her opinion. To conquer the hero world through real missions. At her words, Harid nodded in approval. Yes, that's it. But all we see are those who will die as soon as they enter the hero world. It's better to expel those pathetic creatures who only hold teammates back and die prematurely. That is why I decided to take charge of Class 5, and why I'm called the Wailing Wall. Saying this, he observed Leo's unusually calm expression, and thought to himself that one might survive. Then, to teach these industrial chicken students what a cruel society is like, Harid ordered all of them to change into PE clothes and go to the training ground, since it was time for combat class. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training ground. Everyone soon finished changing and was present. Harid rested to one side, looking as if on vacation. Let's begin this class, the place to correct the rotten minds you've developed since entering Lumern Academy. What do you think will save you in the real world, where life is taken and given easily? Answer the question. A pink-haired girl stumbled. Won't teammates protect me? Her name was Nella Carvin, majoring in night. Special note, recovery attribute aura. To her answer, Harid shook his head. No, it's your own ability. Only when you hone your skills until they shine through every danger can you begin to help your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect them? In another corner, a hand shot up eagerly. I'm confident, Professor, from the back. When Harid heard this, he uttered a surprised, Oh? Then let's test your ability as a spell knight. Create a fireball, Eliana. Hearing the prompt, Eliana confidently formed a fireball in the palm of her hand. Harid, however, sneered with slight disappointment. Is that all? With that fireball, I doubt you could even kill an ant. Opposite him, of course, Eliana was not so simple. What if I pour more mana into it? How about this? Saying that, she increased the mana in the fireball and stretched it aside. To everyone's astonishment, it split into 2 huge fireballs, radiating terrifying heat that made the nearby students back away. Seeing this, the students couldn't help but marvel. Not only did it become 2 fireballs, but each doubled in size. Even Harid admitted, Wow, impressive. Why don't you try hitting that tiny creature with your marvelous fireball? He said. With that, he used his magic to summon a humanoid but tiny elemental. The little elemental then darted straight toward Eliana at lightning speed. For some reason, it lightly tapped the tip of the mage's nose and then doubled over laughing. Although she didn't understand why the tiny creature was mocking her, Eliana couldn't hold back her anger. Immediately, she began swinging the 2 fireballs in her hands to attack, but they couldn't even reach the elemental's hem. The elemental flew back to Harid and covered its mouth, laughing at Eliana. Harid, seeing her miss, taunted, What good is doubling the number of fireballs if you can't even hit? Finally, do you feel it now? What you're lacking is effective skill use. You must train your abilities and push past your limits. Have you forgotten? Until you catch this wind elemental, our class will not end. Show me everything you've got, descendants of Lumern. Turning to Leo, although Harid's words were harsh, he completely agreed. The professor's words were severe but true. Let me try, he said. Calmly he stepped onto the field, and Harid called with anticipation, All right, Leo Plav, let's see. Are you full of the deceit of a fictional hero like Kyle? Or are you the first to truly possess every attribute? Time passed, and the whole class began swarming the elemental, but no matter how hard they tried, it played them like a toy. Seeing this, Leo, who had been observing from the side, began to cloak his body with an aura. Then he focused the aura into his soles and executed a burst sprint. The powerful leap sent his body forward like a flash. Elsewhere, Chelsea and Carr were panting like oxen from constantly chasing the little creature. Damn, he's so fast. How can we catch him? Carr complained. At the same time, Leo used the skill air step to propel himself into the air, and while the elemental was still merrily playing with the other students in class, Leo dove down from above like an arrow, but, although it was momentarily caught off guard, the elemental's reaction speed was far from ordinary. At the last instant it nimbly flew aside and dodged in time. Yet this had already been anticipated by Leo. At that moment he gave a slight smile and began concentrating his aura into a whip-like strand, sending it straight at the elemental. It seemed Leo was about to complete the test smoothly. But no. Right then, the disruptive Duran, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly lunged out with lightning speed. He snatched away Leo's achievement in an instant, and at the same time a homeroom teacher approached behind him and clapped to draw everyone's attention. "It seems our class 1 should teach you a thing or two," said the white-haired, sly-faced man. His name was Sejin. He was the homeroom teacher of class 1-1 at Lumern Academy. Special note: he ranked second in the graduation poll, while teacher Harid was first in that poll, so it seemed the two did not get along well. Hearing Sejin's voice, Harid calmly sipped his milk and replied, "Oh? Is that so? Then will you teach in my stead?" In response, Sejin looked at him as if staring at a pile of trash. At the same time, Carr saw the Cold War atmosphere between them and excitedly said, "This is a clash between two pillars of Lumern Academy. They've worked here over 20 years. From what I've heard, Professors Ayin, Yura, and Len were all their students." Hearing this from him, Nella turned in astonishment. "Wow, really? How do you know that?" Opposite them, Carr's face flushed with excitement as he shared, "I'm always sharp with information, haha." Seeing this, the mage Chelsea nearly vomited. Returning to homeroom teacher Sejin, he laughed loudly. "Haha, Harid, I don't know what scheme you had taking charge of the failure class, but I'll find out soon. I propose a competition between Class 1 and Class 5, and the event will be Lumern's historic ball sport, Batera," he announced. Not sure what Harid thought after hearing the proposal, he stood up enthusiastically to accept. "As expected, you really are a genius, Sejin. Learning through real experience is best." Upon hearing this, Sejin inexplicably felt a bit worried. "Class 1 will probably win," he said hesitantly. Harid put on a look of indifference to the outcome. "That doesn't matter. Carry on teaching your class." Hearing that, Sejin could only grit his teeth inwardly. Even the students in the back felt pity for him. "Why do I always lose the graduation poll bet?" Sejin wondered to himself. Professor Sejin looked pathetic for some reason. The students thought silently. Then Harid formally announced to his students, "Class 5, I'll give you a chance to practice your skills. You'll have a Batera match against Class 1. Moreover, if you lose, all of you will be expelled," the teacher said with a face that showed he was not joking. At these words, everyone first went dumbfounded. Then, immediately, they asked him again to make sure they'd heard correctly. "Teacher, are you serious? This is our first match, and their class has 3 captains." In response, Harid seemed unconcerned about the disparity. "All the more reason to try harder. Surpass your limits. Besides, what is there to worry about when a first-year representative is already in your class? Choose 6 representatives to play Batera," he said, glancing at Leo as he spoke. At once Leo began to understand the teacher's true purpose. This was clearly a test, but Professor Harid's gaze at him wasn't out of dislike. Some students lose heart after only 1 week at Lumern Academy, and it's not hard to see why. Perhaps Professor Harid wanted Leo to rally the nearly defeated students of Class 5. So there had to be some way in this Batera match to lift Class 5 spirits. Leo muttered to himself, and very soon both classes began selecting representatives to compete. And sure enough, Class 1 picked their captains, the strongest students. Seeing the opponent's strength, the mage Chelsea began planning how she would explain being expelled to her family. Noticing her panicked expression, Leo couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? You look scared." In response, the mage explained the situation to him. It seemed he'd never heard of Batera. "Maybe because you grew up in the outskirts," she said. "But Batera is a combat sport and a long-standing tradition at Limern Academy." Hearing this, Leo grew curious and looked at her. "Isn't it just a ball game?" he asked naively. At that point, Carr interrupted to explain, "It's not a simple ball game. It's extremely dangerous." Meanwhile, Celia at the front, seeing Leo's group's worried faces, covered her mouth and laughed triumphantly. "Hey Chelsea, why do you look so scared?" "Ha! Already accepted your impending defeat," Celia taunted, making Chelsea's eyes roll. Angrily, Chelsea shouted, "Who's scared of whom? Do you think I'll lose to someone from the Zerdinger family?" To boost the group's morale, Leo put an arm around them and affirmed, "Don't worry, our class won't lose." Hearing that, Celia clicked her tongue and warned Leo, "Hey, Leo, you too. I'll show you the results of my special training. This time I won't lose to you, Leo Plav." Back to Professor Sejin. After the verbal sparring died down, he stepped forward and announced, "Contestants from each class, please enter the arena." Hearing this, Leo turned to his classmates and asked, "Who will go with me?" The group recoiled in fear. Thankfully, not everyone in the class was a coward. The two mages Chelsea and Eliana immediately stepped up. "I'll teach them a lesson," Chelsea said, cracking her knuckles, while Eliana wanted to prove herself to Harid. "If we lose and get expelled, I'll win out of sheer fury. I'll show Professor Harid my ability." On the other side, the mage Nella and a hesitant male student also stepped forward. Finally, the alchemy student Carr, who had been hiding way in the back, was hauled out by Leo. "Carr, you know the last spot is yours, right?" "Why me?" Carr exclaimed, but Leo had already decided. Once the team was assembled, he reported to the teacher, "Class 5 is ready, Professor." Sejin nodded. "Good. Then let the match begin," he said. He tossed the ball he was holding into the air. Everyone on both sides turned their eyes to follow the ball. Without any warning, both Leo and Duran launched at top speed to snatch the ball. In the end, Duran, with his thunderous aura, was a step faster and successfully grabbed the ball right in front of Leo. "All right then, my team goes first," he said coldly. As Leo landed below, he hurriedly asked his blonde friend beside him, "Tide, quickly explain the rules to me." Tide, knowing time was short, summarized, "Oh, Bastra's rules are simpler than you think. You channel energy into the ball and shoot it into the goal. You can't use hands or feet. The team to reach 11 points first wins. By the way, this blonde guy is Tide Markoa from the summoning department." On the other side, Duran began concentrating his aura to prepare an attack. Seeing this, someone in the crowd shouted, "Here it comes. Get ready." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Duran channeled power into his fist and struck the ball before him, deforming it. It shot forward at wind-ripping speed, and Leo, who was standing in front of the ball, was startled by its velocity and hastily leaped aside. The rubber ball then slammed into the ground and flew straight toward the goal. Carr watched in astonishment, not understanding what had happened, and the students of Class 1 excitedly shouted, "Duran Moira, well done." On the opposite side, the students of Class 5 began to worry, their faces paling. Even Tide had no confidence. It looked like Professor Harid intended to expel all of us. Beside him, Leo nevertheless did not lose confidence. Instead, he turned and asked, "How do we gain control of the ball?" Tide began to explain that there were 3 ways. First, when the ball goes out of bounds on the opponent's turn. Second, when we catch the ball. And finally, before Tide could finish, Nella's anxious cry rang out, "Dodge!" Hearing this, both Leo and Tide turned around at once and saw that the rubber ball had just struck the mage Eliana, causing her to cry out in pain. The one who had just acted was the swordswoman Celia. "Hey, what are you whispering about over there? Can't you focus on the match?" she giggled. Seeing this, Leo and Tide rushed over to check on their teammate, and Tide explained further. "The third rule is that you cannot attack or block opponents directly, That last action counted as the third case when a member is knocked out after being hit by the ball. The only way to attack them is by using the ball itself. Hearing this, Leo fully understood the rules, then gently reached out, grabbed the ball and nodded. Thanks for explaining. Now it's our turn. Back to Professor Sejin. Although things were unfolding favorably for his class, he felt an inexplicable unease. In Batera, teams with fire users have an overwhelming advantage due to high destructive power, and among the families, the Zerdinger family's flame is the strongest. Thinking this, he spoke to the lazy professor beside him. You still accepted despite knowing Celia Zerdinger is in my class. I don't know what you're scheming, but it'll be very hard for your class to win. Harid, beside him, didn't reply and merely yawned. This irritated Sejin. Speak properly, he admonished. Only then did Harid open his mouth. Hey Sejin, do you remember my first student? The child from the Zerdinger house. Hearing this, an image immediately sprang to Sejin's mind and he nodded. Of course, how could I forget? The Queen of Batera. Seeing that Sejin still remembered her, Harid smiled faintly and reminded him. The daughter of that very queen is in Class 5. Turning back to the students of Class 5, they, seeing their class was already weaker and now had lost Eliana to injury, had given up hope entirely. We're doomed. How will we get into Lumern Academy? To end like this, at the same time, the swordswoman Celia cast an appraising, almost pitying look toward Leo. It seemed she had made up her mind. From her perspective, Leo's whole body began to erupt with a fierce flame. There it is, watch out! Someone shouted. Right after that shout, the protagonist put all his strength into hurling the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. However, Class 1's strength was no joke. Before the ball could reach their goal, the ice mage Chloe used her magic to form a wall of ice that stopped the ball. Leo, as long as I'm here, scoring will be impossible, she said confidently, but at that moment Leo suddenly appeared beside her and murmured, I can score. Then, without giving the opponent a chance to react, Leo gathered force in the soles of his feet and leapt high toward the spot where the ball was stuck inside the ice wall and threw a punch straight into the ball, causing it to immediately break free from the ice prison and fly into the goal. On the other side, Professor Sejin, seeing Leo react so quickly, inwardly praised him. His fighting instincts are remarkable. Seeing this, Professor Harid smiled with satisfaction. Nella's group seemed to find a bit of hope and shouted in unison, Leo Plov, go Class 5! Seeing the opponent regain momentum, Professor Sejin couldn't help but smile. Ah, I see. This is when the Real match begins. Time passed quickly as both sides traded blows and kept the score close, neither willing to yield. At this point, Duran launched another thunderous throw, sending the ball straight toward the opposing goal. With that throw, Carr risked using both hands to grab it. The thunderous aura covering the ball immediately made his body tremble violently from the pain. However, at least he succeeded in stopping the ball. Haha, my mana's nearly drained anyway. I'll leave the rest to you, Leo. Saying that, the young man had no strength left to continue, so Eliana and Chelsea helped him off the field. Outside, the group watched the current score with worried brows. It's 10-10, the decisive point, but the opponents are the three best students and we only have Leo. That's extremely unfavorable. On the other side, the Ice Mage realized the next serve would be decisive, so she prepared to unleash her full power. I may fail the magic theory test, but I won't lose this time, she declared. With a wave of her hand, she cast some wondrous magic, summoning 4 duplicates of herself around her. Not to be outdone, Celia and Duran enveloped themselves in their auras and ready to confront the protagonist. Come on then, Leo, Celia shouted. In response, Leo began to concentrate force into the soles of his feet, and suddenly his figure vanished from sight. The 3 were stunned. He's too fast, they whispered. Then, with an unexpectedly rapid speed, Leo passed by Celia, causing her to startle and realize his true intent. He wasn't attacking. He was focusing on scoring. Chloe, at the back, immediately grasped the situation. Is this an illusion? How shallow, she thought. Where is he really? As she wondered, she began concentrating her mana through her gaze to find Leo's real body. But to her eyes, all of Leo's images appeared identical to the original, or at least she couldn't discern which was the true body. This left Chloe dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Leo and his team bypassed her and successfully scored. The magic of the stars. How can a human use the magic of the fairy clan? Chloe thought in shock. The referee, witnessing the result, announced the winner, Class 5. Seeing this result, the two students from Class 5 hugged each other and cried with joy. Thank goodness we're not expelled. I was afraid I'd have to go home immediately. Hearing that, Professor Sejin curiously turned to Harid and asked, Expelled? What are they talking about? Uncle Harid burst out laughing. Ha ha! Call that motivation then. Elsewhere, Celia, Chloe, and Duran were holding their faces in disappointment. Seeing that, Sejin sighed and went over to console the three of them. Are you upset about losing? When the match ends, regardless of the result, you must salute your opponents. You all did very well to win for your class, the supporters and those who gave their all in the arena. So be steadfast and proud. Up front, the students of Class 1 looked at him with admiration upon hearing their teacher's words. Unfortunately, that pleasant moment didn't last 3 seconds before Herod's mocking laughter from behind ruined it. Ha ha, losers. Come on, let's finish this. Hearing that, Sejin was inwardly furious, but with no other choice, he stepped forward to say a few words. Both classes performed very well. Class 1 displayed their talent and abilities, and Class 5 never gave up until the last minute and overcame every challenge. They recognized their limits and managed to get through a difficult situation. I hope you will work and compete with each other harmoniously. Now, let's shake hands. Hearing this, students from both sides extended their hands to greet one another. You stretched the match longer than I expected. I thought you'd lose sooner, Celia said with a laugh. I was going to say the same. You're stubborn like an ink prince, Chelsea replied. Beside them, Carr smiled and said to Duran, but this time we won. Across from him, Duran didn't answer but just stared at him, making Carr a bit embarrassed. Elsewhere, the mage Chloe was still sulking to the point of tears over the loss. Then Leo reached out and comforted her. You were great, Chloe. With a bit more experience, you'll definitely become extraordinary. At his words, the mage looked him squarely in the face and asked, Are you mocking me? She silently vowed, One day I will definitely beat you. Then she reached out and clasped Leo's hand. And so, time quickly passed. A month later, Leo's group happily sat drinking tea together, while Carr, hollow-eyed like a machine, asked them, By the way, which clubs do you plan to join? Seeing his ravenous eating, aristocratic Chelsea grimaced and admonished, Eat more properly. As for Leo, he shared that he wanted to start a club, an idea that astonished Carr. Hearing this, the mage Chelsea excitedly said, If Leo wants to form a club, I want to join. What kind of club? Carr asked. Leo candidly shared his idea, a heroes research club. I want to learn more about forgotten heroes and the primal hero Kyle. Hearing this, Carr and Chelsea exchanged looks and shook their heads. Kyle? But he's not a forgotten hero, he's just a legend. It seems no one will join your club, Carr chuckled. Chelsea immediately realized that if Carr was right, she could be alone with Leo in the club. I want to join, Chelsea cried out. Then their conversation was suddenly cut off by loud shouts from everyone. Wow, they're back. Hearing this, Carr seemed to remember something and hurriedly stood up from his seat. Oh right, today's the day. On the day the fifth-year students returned after clearing the hero dungeon, he hurried outside to eavesdrop. Shards of the Hero Chronicle are scattered across the world. Occasionally they act up and spawn dungeons. These are called hero dungeons. Seniors from Lumern Academy go clear these hero dungeons and collect the Chronicle shards, and they must be away for at least 2 weeks, sometimes over a month. My mother must have gone through something similar, Leo thought to himself. Beside him, the mage Plav gazed at the veterans with growing admiration. Wow, so this is the pinnacle of Lumern Academy. In response, Carr took the chance to brag a little and began introducing each of them to her. The muscular man to the east is Lee Jamua. The woman from the south over there is Torua Yen. And the pale one with the hood seems to be Ulta. But I don't see that person, Carr said puzzled. As if there should have been someone accompanying those three. Who? Leo asked curiously. The head of Lumern Academy, the student council president, Reese, Carr replied. At that moment, a hand reached from behind, grabbed Leo's shoulder, and pulled him along. By the time Carr turned back to continue speaking, he found his friend's voice had vanished into thin air. Back where the protagonist had been pulled, it turned out to be the swordswoman Celia. Seeing her hurried demeanor, Leo asked with some curiosity, "Celia, what's wrong?" In response, Celia said that Leo needed to go with her to the city of Lemuria because the student council president wanted to see him. "Why would the student council president want me?" Leo asked, eyes full of curiosity. Celia didn't really know either and couldn't explain. "You never cared much about school matters. Go and you'll find out," she sighed. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a room with Eastern-style architecture. Celia was fidgety, glancing around and murmuring, "I wonder why he arranged to meet here. Huh? It even smells so nice." Leo shrugged and said, before they could talk further, the student council president arrived. At the sight of him, the swordswoman darted to him like a kitten. "Brother." Reese gently ruffled his sister's head and greeted Leo with a nod. "Nice to meet you, Leo Plav. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to become a versatile hero, aren't you?" This was Reese Zerdinger of the Night Department, the student council president of Lumern. Then, as proof is persuasive, Reese called for a basket of steamed buns and offered them to the group. "Is this to everyone's taste?" he asked gently. "Ah, yes," Leo replied. Noticing his sister looked a bit anxious, Reese asked, "What's wrong, Celia?" Celia answered that it was her first time trying this dish, hence her expression. She then slowly took a bite, and the moment she put it into her mouth, her eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise, "Delicious!" Seeing her expression, Reese smiled contentedly. "Ha ha! This is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to once you join Lumern." He paused briefly, then turned the conversation to Leo. "Unexpectedly, you're the son of that person." Opposite him, Leo recognized who Reese referred to and asked, "Have you met my mother before?" "Yes, I met her a few times when she was young, and your aunt was quite famous during her school days too." Reese nodded, making Leo even more curious. "My mother." To explain, Reese began recounting the deeds of Madame Reina. Indeed, she accomplished many legendary feats. For example, she once complained that the dormitory cafeteria's dessert was awful, so she gathered all the students and stormed the principal's office. "So he was the main figure of that famous incident?" Celia shouted. "Yes, that's right, ha ha ha," Reese laughed. Returning to Leo while the others chatted happily, he quietly assessed the student council president's strength and had to admit, just as expected, he's deserving of being called the strongest among Lumern's students. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero, Leo thought to himself. Next, after everyone finished eating, Reese cheerfully stood and said, "Shall we go have dessert? I'll pay, so you all go ahead." Hearing this, Leo and Celia quickly left the table. At the same time, Reese suddenly felt a warm sensation in his chest. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a glowing piece of paper. "Huh? What's this about?" Reese whispered. Time passed quickly. Scene cut to Leo's classroom, where the mage Eliana spoke up. "Professor, I have a question." In response, the brash professor propped his foot on the desk and sneered, "Eliana Layden, let's hear your pointless question." Hearing this, Eliana didn't get angry. She raised her hand and called out, "Why haven't we chosen a class representative yet? I heard all the other classes have already chosen theirs." "Oh, that's true," Tide nodded in agreement. Only when she mentioned it did the professor remember. "Class rep? Ah, right. I forgot about that." Saying that, he turned to Leo and suggested, "Leo, you do it." Before Leo could agree, the others immediately complained, "Why like that, Professor? Shouldn't we democratically elect a class representative by vote?" Answering the question, Harid tossed a half-meter-high stack of papers onto the teacher's desk and demanded, "Class rep, take these and sort them out." Seeing the enormous workload, Eliana shrank back and didn't dare protest further. Then the speaker on the wall announced, "Shortly, we'll have a joint lesson on herd research. All first-year students, please prepare to go to the auditorium." Hearing this, Leo looked at the professor and asked, "Professor, Should we prepare to go now? That's the demeanor of a class rep. Harid nodded in agreement. Scene shifted to the auditorium. Per the announcement, students were gradually gathering together. There, Leo and Harid spotted the mage Chloe. Her current appearance made them a bit curious. "Hi Chloe, you look tired," they greeted. Hearing the greeting, Chloe's eyes brightened slightly and she immediately asked, "Do you have any healing potions left? Could you sell one to me?" Seeing that, Kar wasn't stingy and tossed her 2 healing potions, saying, "This is all I have right now." Beside them, Leo spoke with some worry. "So early in the year and you're already pushing yourself like this?" Holding the potion, the mage immediately drank it all in one go and said she was fine. Seeing the stubbornness on Chloe's face, Kar couldn't help but admire her. "Wow, impressive. She's top in magic theory," Chelsea added. "But I guess Chloe has no choice but to worry. The moment Leo masters the latest magical trends, he could surpass her in the magic theory exam, right?" "What's wrong with being second?" Kar asked, puzzled, which made Chelsea look at him as if he were an idiot. "Have you really lost your mind or what?" "She's a tower mage. We're battle mages, so we don't mind falling behind a bit in theory, but research into new magic is the core of the Tower of Mages, and her honor is in jeopardy." "Are you really a mage?" In reply, the alchemist friend nonchalantly said, "Of course, I use magic to survive. Survival magic is my pride." Elsewhere, as soon as Student Council President Reese noticed the paper in his hand glowing, he immediately went to see Principal Callian to report it, and after hearing the account the principal's expression changed and grew grave. "A damaged Hero Chronicle shard has reacted." "Has this hero shard actually reacted?" he asked. Reese nodded emphatically. "Yes, this shard was so badly damaged it shouldn't have been able to react. But it did, and there were no relics nearby." Hearing that, Principal Callian asked further, "Did it react again afterward?" "No." Reese shook his head and looked toward the principal. With so little information, he couldn't deduce the strange phenomenon. "Let's investigate this further. You must be tired from just returning. Well done." Saying that, he summoned his secretary Elena into the room, and instructed her to take this to the Hall of Beginnings. The joint first-year lecture in the auditorium is about to start. "Understood." Elena nodded and hurried to the hall, leaving the old principal behind still pondering the matter. Sometimes small shards like these can react. If the person recorded in the Hero Chronicle comes into contact, they will respond. Cut to the Lumern Academy auditorium, where the first-year joint Hero Studies class is taking place, and the lecturer is Professor Arshan Nir, in charge of class 1 to 8. Because the classes are seated together, they're as noisy as a marketplace, leaving the petite professor flustered. "Please be quiet," Arshan called out, but the students' mouths kept firing like machine guns. Pushing Arshan's patience to the limit, a Chilan silhouette appeared behind her, and her personality flipped 180 degrees. "Everyone, shut up or you'll get beaten. You damn brats. Who wants to die? Who should I deal with first?" she shouted, her demeanor a far cry from the gentle face moments earlier. "Damn, you won't listen now, huh?" Then, as if a switch had been flipped, Arshan suddenly returned to her gentle expression. Finally quiet. Thank you," she said cheerfully, sending the students above into terrified thoughts. "So scary. Oh my God. No matter how many times I see it, it's terrifying. Our professor is truly frightening." The first-year students trembled inwardly. Meanwhile, Leo, seeing her personality change as fast as a rocket, inwardly gasped in surprise. It turns out she's a psychic mage. Psychic mages were rare even in his previous life. Back to Arshan. After the class fell silent, she drew a dagger and began her lecture. "We will begin the first-year joint Hero Studies class. With the emergence of the Hero Chronicle, this explains why heroic clans appeared. To open a hero's world requires an object deeply bound to or closely related to that hero. Therefore, descendants of heroes can open a hero's world more easily. This is why Lumern Academy, the institution that preserves the Hero Chronicle and these clans, has deep ties with them. Although this is political, you could say it's like the relationship between a key and a treasure. Now does everyone understand why Hero Studies is important? Hero Studies matter because they help us find clues to conquer a hero's world or better understand them. In your final year, you'll choose a hero to inherit their power and test yourselves with their Hero Chronicle pages. At the same time, Secretary Elena entered the auditorium and handed Professor Arshan the earlier piece of paper. And as was announced beforehand, the professor happily shared with everyone. Everyone, this is a shard of a Hero Chronicle brought back by the fifth-year students of Lumern Academy. Hearing this, everyone gasped in awe, and, not wanting to keep the students waiting, Arshan gently opened the box. Up front, the students held their breath, swallowing nervously as they stared at the small box. However, before it was fully opened, Arshan suddenly closed it again. Alright, before we experience this Hero Chronicle shard, everyone, speak about the goal you want to achieve as a hero. Opposite, the students showed visible disappointment. Next, the swordswoman Celia raised her hand and said, I want to become a knight who surpasses the generations before my family. Oh, that's a wonderful goal, Arshan praised. Elsewhere, the mage Chloe voiced her thought. I want to write a spellbook containing only my original spells. I want to become a supporter for heroes, Carr declared confidently, and this dream of his earned praise from the professor. It seems Carr wants to be someone who can support heroes. Excellent. As for Leo, he then spoke his goal. My goal is to completely destroy Erebos. His words made the entire auditorium fall utterly silent, and after about 2 seconds of silence, Professor Arshan awkwardly said, that's an astonishing goal. Alright, next. Not paying attention to the strange looks around him, Leo calmly sat back down. Meanwhile, some upperclassmen began to mock Leo's dream. Isn't he dreaming too big? The first-year rep's goal is, speaking of the two professors Harid and Sejin. After hearing Leo, Sejin glanced at his colleague and asked, What do you think? Chilling, Harid frankly shared. He's not the type to spout nonsense. At the same time, his thoughts returned to the protagonist's recent words. Millennia have passed since Erebos was shattered into many fragments and sealed, but he has been reborn many times over the years. A single fragment's rebirth is enough to bring disaster. Yet the boy's dream is to annihilate Erebos entirely. The more he thought, the more he felt things were not simple. Returning to Professor Arshan, after finishing the questioning about the students' dreams, she continued, So today, we'll read a page of a hero chronicle brought back from a dungeon. After each class guesses which hero it belongs to, we'll learn how to conquer that hero's world. Also, in case something unexpected happens, the professors of each class will be observing here. So please do not cause trouble. Hearing this, the students' heartbeats quickened with excitement. It's finally our first time touching a hero chronicle. So thrilling. Up front, groups of people whispered and discussed, and not wanting to keep the students waiting, Professor Arshan continued. All right, representatives of each class, please come up. Hearing this, Leo and the familiar class representatives ran up onto the stage, and Arshan said, This time 2 Hero Chronicle pages were brought back. Of course, we'll only use one for today's lesson. The other is a very small shard, but we brought it out so you can see that fragments like these also exist. As she spoke, she placed 2 boxes in front of Leo. Seeing this, Leo casually picked up the small piece of paper before him. But immediately afterward, a sudden anomaly occurred. Everyone received a notification. Hero Chronicle opened, World Unknown, Chapter Unknown. At that moment, a massive, extraordinarily complex magic array appeared above the stage, and elsewhere, Professor Sejin shouted, It's getting out of control! No sooner had he spoken, their figures suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. And when they reappeared, the group found themselves inside an unfamiliar world. This is a strange world with a sky red as blood. All around are countless corpses of monsters of various shapes and sizes. Seeing this scene, a girl within the group also cried out in panic. Dead bodies. Hearing that, Professor Harid withdrew his mocking attitude and spoke to reassure them. Prepare yourselves, this is a hero's dungeon. As for Professor Sejin, he had also noticed something and pointed in a direction. Harid, I see the city wall over there. On hearing this, everyone turned toward where the professor pointed and discovered an old fortress there, its walls riddled with countless cracks. To Leo, the scene could not have been more familiar. In the age of catastrophe, it was the final line of defense and the last city, the Gardaslan Wall. If the timing is right, Leo muttered. At the same time, From behind them a voice sounded. Yes, my unfulfilled wish truly was foolish, but we will save the world. Hearing the familiar voice, Leo turned to face his former teammate and whispered in a voice only he could hear. Lacyna's, opposite you. The black-haired girl smiled gently and then slowly dissolved into a beam of light. Next, the space around them shattered and the group was transported back to the Great Hall. Everything happened so fast that the student representatives couldn't understand what was going on. Professors, what's happening? Chunxia asked nervously, faced with the situation. Professor Harid immediately halted the class and urged everyone to stay calm and leave the lecture hall quickly. Above, without needing more orders, the students fled in terror. Only Leo remained lost in thought with the piece of paper in his hand, for he had by now realized the identity of that paper. This is Kyle's page. This is his heroic chronicle. Beside him, Professor Harid stared at him with a contemplative look. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Time passed quickly. Scene changes to Class 5. At this time Leo's friends asked him about what he had experienced when transported to that unfamiliar heroic world. And after hearing Leo's account they gaped. You met the King of Wisdom? That's amazing, that's a historic event. So that's the chronicle of the hero Lacyna's. The mage Chelsea said with admiring eyes. Not to mention her, even the mage Eliana was deeply regretful and full of remorse. Why did I give the class president spot to Leo? I should have been class president. I missed a great opportunity. Haha, really? Carr said with a heavily sarcastic tone. As a result, the mage immediately turned and smacked him. It seemed like his funeral today. Saying that, her fists flew like a machine, while the orange-haired boy just curled up to take the blows. At the same time, Professor Harid coldly looked at the noisy group by the entrance. I came here to scold the noisiest class, and here you are. Choose. Self-study or expulsion. With that said, before the group could even react, he left. Back to Leo. Since returning to class, he had remained preoccupied with what had just happened. Why was his heroic chronicle the only one scrambled? It was in such bad shape that he couldn't even recognize whose world it belonged to. It was as if someone had deliberately tried to destroy his heroic chronicle. The true heroic chronicle is an heirloom of a hero's power. If someone didn't want a new hero to be born, it could only be that bastard Erebos. But I need to investigate why my heroic chronicle was fragmented first. Leo quietly planned to himself. Time passed quickly. A month later the scene shifts to the School of Magic classroom, where the handsome Professor Len pointed to a magical sigil on his back and explained. Original magic, in other words, a unique spell. This will be your practical midterm exam. Original magic is a type of spell that clearly expresses a mage's personality. Nowadays, with the trend toward using formation activation techniques, mages no longer try to create original magic. However, original magic can serve as a secret technique for self-defense in emergency situations, for example, the star magic that every elf learns. In fact, this is only a small replica of the original star magic. Historically, only one person wielded the true star magic, the one who created it, the founder of Nebula Luna. Speaking of the mage Chloe, upon hearing mention of star magic, she glanced over at Leo, because she still remembered that, in the previous ball match, Leo used that spell to get the better of her. Beside her, noticing Chloe staring, Leo also shot a glance in her direction, and discovered a certain grimoire at her side emitting a dark aura. Catching Leo's gaze, Chloe hurriedly put the book away. It was a star grimoire. Leo wondered to himself. Before he could learn more, Professor Len announced the end of class. Everyone must be eager to discover their unique magic now. That's all for today. Hearing this, the students noisily left the classroom. However, Leo was somewhat worried about that grimoire and grabbed Chloe's arm. Wait, Chloe, would you like to have lunch with me? As he spoke, he also thought that her hiding the grimoire made him even more suspicious. However, perhaps because the mage was wary of him, she immediately refused. I don't have time for that. I will definitely beat you in this practical exam. Elsewhere, seeing the tension, their friend Carr ran over to intervene. Hey, what's with you two? Leo, this demon. Do you dare challenge the top spot at the Frost Queen's Academy of Magic? Responding to that, Chloe affirmed her determination. I've lost to Leo in technique, But when it comes to magic theory, I won't let anyone surpass me. So this time, no matter what, I will win. As she spoke, her eyes were full of resolve. Seeing this, Leo smiled and asked back, "If I back down now, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you?" Across from him, Chloe nodded in response. Seeing that, the protagonist reached out and promised, "All right, then both of you prepare well." As for Carr, watching them shake hands filled him with admiration. That was a natural handshake. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. The scene shifts to the Hero Tower. At this time, Leo was here searching for more clues about his heroic chronicle. Somewhere nearby was Lumern's forbidden library. If he could get there, he might find some leads about his lost chronicle. Thinking this, he calmly walked up the stairs, while some female students spotted him, blushed, and whispered, "Oh, isn't he a freshman? Why is he here, so cute?" Elsewhere, a voice called out before Leo Plav, "I've heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Nice to meet you." The voice's owner was Torua Yen, a fifth-year student in the School of Magic. In front of her, recognizing this as a senior, the protagonist bowed and greeted, "Hello, what is a freshman doing in the Hero Tower?" As she spoke, Torua even stuck out her foot to block the protagonist's path. Seeing her action, he quickly made up an excuse. "I'm here to meet the student council president. If you join the School of Magic, you'll have a chance." "I've already joined the School of Magic," Leo replied calmly. Seeing that, Torua stepped aside to make way for him. "Thanks," Leo nodded. Then, before he went up, Torua reminded him, "Leo, I want you to declare magic as your major before this semester ends." "Got it?" she added. The protagonist nodded lightly in response. Next, to go upstairs, he entered an elevator. However, after pressing the floor button, the elevator inexplicably wouldn't move at all. "What's going on? Why isn't it working?" Leo asked curiously as he kept pressing the button. To enlighten him, a voice answered, "You need to infuse mana into it. That's how you activate it." "Nice to meet you, Leo Plav. So you're the freshman representative causing a stir?" said the voice's owner, the burly Lizamua, a fifth-year student of the Knights. Upon realizing this was a senior, Leo respectfully bowed. Lizamua, curious about Leo's reason for coming here, asked, "What brings you to the Hero Tower?" Our protagonist replied frankly, I have some matters to discuss with the student council president." Leo's relaxed manner made the senior chuckle and stroke his chin, remarking, a freshman who's not afraid of me. Plenty of guts to storm the student council president's office alone." "I wouldn't call it storming," Leo reminded, but the burly fellow didn't seem to hear and suggested, "You should seriously consider joining the Knights. What do you think?" At this suggestion, Leo could only force a wry smile. One person after another kept trying to recruit him to their faction. "Am I tired before the main event even starts?" he complained inwardly. Cut to the front of the student council president's office. Arriving there, Leo paused, knocked and called inside, "President Reese, I'm Leo Plav. May I come in?" The warm voice of Reese replied, "Come in." Given permission, Leo quickly opened the door and entered. The moment he saw him, the handsome Reese asked directly, "What's the matter, Leo?" After a few thoughtful seconds, Leo stated his purpose. "I want access to the Forbidden Library." This request immediately changed the president's expression. Then, with a serious look, he said, "Leo, I know you're not one to joke around, but there are only two ways a regular student can enter the Forbidden Library. The first is to conquer the Hero Dungeon. By tradition, conquerors return the pages they retrieve to the Hero Chronicle themselves. As for the second way, I'll tell you once you join the student council," Reese said with a smile. It seemed everyone in the student council wanted to recruit Leo to their side. Time passed quickly. Cut to the familiar training ground. Today is the Knight's practical exam, and although it's not Leo's department, many students from other schools came to watch. And of course, gossip-loving Carr was there too. Finally, the day is here, the first practical exam of the Knights. Lots of people are coming to watch. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. He excitedly advertised his wares to the students gathered to watch, which made the mage Chelsea just sigh when she witnessed it. Carr really seems passionate about business. And Eliana laughed freely in response. "Haha, that's so Carr. He'll make plenty of money even if he's not in Lummern." In another corner, Leo scanned the area and realized that the mage Chloe didn't seem to be here. Then, not keeping everyone waiting, Professor Ayin stepped forward to announce. The first duel, Halil Snaf of Class 1 and Leo Plav of Class 5 step up. Hearing this, both of them simultaneously advanced forward. Meanwhile, our merchant friend Carr had also spotted a potential customer and ran over to hawk his goods. Professor Sejin, would you like some popcorn and soda today? He cheerfully asked, holding out popcorn and drinks. However, regarding this offer, the teacher sneered dismissively. Huh, you think I'd buy that? Asked Harlan. Seeing this, Carr didn't give up. Instead, he turned to look at his friend Celia. Beside him, Celia nodded in understanding and, as if they'd rehearsed it many times before, Celia put on a cute, kitten-like expression and looked at the teacher with expectant eyes. Professor, could you buy us some popcorn? It really looks delicious. Not only him, Carr then loudly called out Sejin's name, prompting the crowd to start cheering. No choice now. Since the students had voiced it, to save face Sejin had to agree whether he wanted to or not. Give one to each of them, he said calmly. Our merchant friend was thrilled, having just made another bulk sale. Back at the arena, Leo smiled at his opponent and said, Congratulations and good luck. The first match. Opposite him, replying to Leo's friendly face, was a very sly expression. This was Halil's from the Knights, heir of the Snaf heroic line. You don't care about me? You'll regret that, Halil said while licking his lips. Extra info from Carr. Basic Lumen info, Knight's midterm practical is passed by winning 5 duels. Up in the stands, many students began watching Leo, curious about his true strength. I wonder what skills the freshman from Class 5 has, one girl asked, and the boy next to her, who seemed to have heard rumors, replied. Because Leo studies 3 disciplines, he'll certainly lag behind those focused on a single subject. Don't forget Halil's is ranked 3rd in Class 1, right after Celia and Duran. As for Halil's, he didn't like the protagonist much because he thought Leo was arrogant and always hung around Celia. Unaware of the students' thoughts, Professor Ayin began to announce the rules. The one who incapacitates the opponent wins. Treat this as a real duel. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo's expression suddenly changed as he began to sense an evil energy emanating from a building not far away. Cut to the location of the mage Chloe. To find a way to beat Leo, she was currently buried in study. But the deeper she researched, the more despair she felt, to the point of tearing the paper in her hand. Gritting her teeth, she said, No, that's not it. There's no way I can create that unique magic with my ability alone. Then, in anger, she swept her arm and flung all the books and papers off the table. Chloe told herself she absolutely couldn't lose to Leo in this practical exam. Then, as if she'd made a decision for herself, Chloe looked toward that dark grimoire from before. The one Leo always feared, and muttered, With this I can win, this time I'll definitely win. Saying that, her expression shifted slightly, becoming unusual. Back at the training grounds, because he sensed that dark energy, Leo stood rooted, watching toward the building. Seeing Leo standing dazed like that after the signal had sounded, how could Halils miss this golden chance? Immediately he gripped his spear and dashed forward at lightning speed. Too careless. Got you now? As he said this, Halils thrust the spear point straight at Leo's handsome face. But with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to the side to dodge. Yet Halil's attack didn't end. He used a skill called Serpent Spear, causing the spearhead to morph into a writhing shape like a snake's head, and lunged at the protagonist's throat at blinding speed. However, this still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He simply reached out and easily seized that spearhead, stopping it from moving another millimeter. Leo's arm strength was such that it made Halils question his existence. He wondered where Leo had gotten such tremendous strength. Next, Leo yanked the spear sharply toward himself, causing Halil's whole body to be flung along. Then, before Halils could react, Leo gathered power in his fist and delivered a thunderous punch to the 3rd-ranked student's face, making him spit blood and fly backward like a silver projectile. Afterwards, Leo shook his hand and taunted, Who said I'm careless? Across from him, despite the pain from Leo's punch, Halil still had enough strength to stand and fight again. Don't get cocky. The battle is just beginning, Halil said, and a strange green energy began emanating from him. Unfortunately for Leo, this aura only made him feel a bit contemptuous. A guy who can't even use aura having great strength doesn't mean his basic weaknesses are resolved. Unique aura. Huh. Leo muttered as he watched the green energy surge toward him. Then he cloaked his body in a blazing red aura to protect himself. Opposite him, the foolish student Halil still hadn't realized how vast the gap was between his strength and Leo's, so he remained confident. Unless it's Celia's fire-level aura, no one can push me back, Halil declared arrogantly. That was what he said. However, just a second later, Leo, surrounded by his blazing red aura, cut through the smoke and stood right before him. You're the one who's always careless, the protagonist said coldly, his gaze sharp as if to crush the opponent's remaining confidence. Above, the students happily munched popcorn while enjoying the fight, as if watching an action movie. In one corner, Duran, who had previously been defeated by Leo, slightly frowned at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, Zerdinger herself was full of curiosity. Leo, when did you strengthen your radiant fire energy to this level? She thought, her eyes betraying astonishment mixed with curiosity. From Halil's perspective, no matter how foolish he had been, he finally realized Leo's power was anything but ordinary. Looking at the red aura enveloping the protagonist, he inwardly exclaimed, "What is this? Is that fire at Celia's level? A madman trying to surpass all systems, this powerful?" The worry about Leo's strength made sweat bead on his face. Realizing this, Halil knew he couldn't beat the protagonist without using his trump card. So with no other choice, he unleashed his full power. I prepared this move to defeat Celia, but I didn't expect to have to use it on someone like you. Leo Plav, he said, concentrating energy in his palm and using a technique called prison serpent. From his hand shot a green snake, flying forward at lightning speed. As it closed on Leo, it coiled tightly around him and opened its maw threateningly. Even Leo's fire aura couldn't repel the serpent, prompting him to inwardly praise, "Oh, not bad." From Halil's viewpoint, seeing his skills successfully restrain Leo, he immediately turned to look at Celia in the stands with eyes full of excitement, like a young boy with a crush wanting to show off. "What do you think, Celia? I prepared this technique to suppress your flame." Opposite, Celia seemed to notice Halil's gaze, so she sighed and pointed forward to signal him. This made the young man a bit puzzled. When he turned back to look, he found the energy snake he'd formed was slowly evaporating before his eyes. As the fire around Leo grew fiercer, within no more than 3 seconds it completely vanished, as if it had never appeared. Halil gaped, stunned that his strongest mastered technique could do nothing to Leo. With no options left, he had to go into close combat. Halil snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, grabbed his 2 spears tightly, and charged in to attack. At the same time, opposite him, Leo quickly drew his sword and countered. His strike was so powerful that Halil's spear flew out of his hand after a single clash, and the presumptuous youth collapsed to the ground. Leo then pointed his sword at him and offered a piece of advice. "Don't let your guard down until the flame is completely out." At the same moment, Professor Ayin, seeing the fight end, announced the result. The winner, Leo Plav. Up in the stands, Leo's #1 fan, the mage Chelsea, cheered enthusiastically. "Amazing! That's Leo for you. Wonderful. I knew I could trust you, Leo," Carr added. Returning to Halil's thoughts, after his defeat he accepted it inwardly. Even in training he's that good, so it's no wonder he's on par with Celia, Halil murmured to himself. Before he could dwell on it, he was roused by Celia's voice. "Impressive, very well done," she said with a smile. Her words made Halil a bit embarrassed. Scratching his cheek, he said, "What? Really? You think that's cool?" Putting that aside very quickly, Professor Ayin called the next 2 contestants to the arena. "Next, Class 5, Eliana Layden, step up." Hearing her name, the red-haired mage eagerly advanced. "All right, who's my opponent?" Hearing this, Professor Ayin turned to another side and continued, "Class 10, Chun Xia, come forward." Upon hearing her opponent's name, Eliana's eyes went blank. "What? Why do I have to face one of the top 3 of the grade?" she asked in bewilderment. Unfortunately, no one answered. Opposite. After Chunxia the summoner stepped up, she clasped her hands and said to her opponent, "Please go easy on me." Eliana also clasped her hands in response. "Yes, you too." Beside them, Professor Ayan saw both students ready and nodded. "The match begins." As soon as he finished speaking, Chunxia began using her magic, causing streams of water to churn around her. Meanwhile, Tide gripped her sword and enveloped her body in flames. Then she began to channel power into her legs. She shot forward like an arrow at breakneck speed, directing her sword straight at her opponent. Up in the stands, Leo saw this and his face showed a hint of worry as he thought, "That one's going to hurt." Just as he predicted, the moment Eliana's sword lunged at Chunxia, it was stopped by an energy barrier. As a result, the barrier sent her flying like a sack with a ripped seam. She immediately lost the will to fight and couldn't get back up. Seeing that, Chunxia clasped her hands to the audience, and Professor Ayan announced as usual, "The winner is Chunxia." In front, Eliana had recovered and could only wave in resignation. "I won't back down against Chunxia," she said nonchalantly. Leo felt a bit regretful that Eliana lost so quickly. The match was unfavorable from the start, and if she'd been calmer she could have done better, he muttered. Next up was the battle between Celia of Class 1 and Duran of Class 1. "Facing him should be fun," Celia said. Duran, upon hearing this, only fell silent and said nothing. Up in the stands, Leo grabbed some popcorn from the friend beside him and had to admit, "This match looks exciting." Cut to the arena. Both Celia and Duran drew their weapons and shrouded themselves in powerful auras, drawing everyone's attention. "Now let's see who the strongest knight of Class 1 is," Celia said excitedly. Without further ado, they launched powerful, lightning-fast sword strikes, the air ringing with clashing metal. Their wind pressure alone was strong enough to reach the stands. "Wow, are these the skills of top students?" a bewildered student said. Meanwhile, Carr covered his mouth with his hand and asked Leo beside him, "Who do you think will win, Leo?" Hearing the question, Leo tossed a few kernels into his mouth and casually shared his thought. "Let's see. Based on the current situation, it looks like Celia will lose." His calm remark made Carr gape and exclaim, "You're cold-blooded." Ignoring that comment, when Leo looked into Celia's still composed eyes, he had a different thought. That look from Celia seemed to indicate she had a secret move to turn the tide. Back in the fight, Duran took advantage of his aura trait to surge forward at lightning speed, and immediately unleashed a lightning-fast strike that grazed Celia's face, leaving a cut on her cheek. He then continued to unleash a barrage of fierce attacks, forcing Celia to step back several paces. After being pushed back, the swordswoman seized the opportunity to use her ultimate. She raised her sword high above her head. A fierce flame began to spread from within the blade straight up into the sky. Feeling the power radiating from her, all the students grew restless. "Wow, this is no joke," the crowd exclaimed, not knowing what Celia was about to unleash. "Celia is using her head very well." The training room in the first-year building is rather small. Celia realized she couldn't match Duran's speed, so she turned the room into her stage. Now, inside that blazing dome of fire, Duran's movements would be restricted and the high heat would also impair his vision. She was already great, but now even stronger. Celia, Leo praised inwardly. And just as Leo had predicted, inside the blazing domain Celia created, Duran's vision was obstructed, preventing him from recklessly charging. Turning to the swordswoman Celia, she took advantage of Duran's inability to locate himself or respond to the fiery field, slipped swiftly behind him, and launched a surprise strike. Unfortunately for her, Duran's instincts warned him, sensing the danger and immediately ducking to narrowly avoid the blow. Then he gritted his teeth. He wrapped his blade in lightning and thrust it straight upward. But what Celia did next was something he couldn't have expected. Celia reached out and caught the sword's blade, freezing it so it couldn't move another inch. Seeing this, Celia smiled triumphantly. "Got it." After saying that, she executed a headbutt attack, ramming her head straight into Duran's forehead. As a result, immediately after this unexpected strike, his eyes rolled white as if near death. Dazed, he collapsed to the ground. Professor Ayan, having confirmed Duran could no longer fight, announced, "The winner is Celia Zerdinger." His words prompted the group around to cheer and congratulate her. Back with Celia, after seeing Duran wake beside her, she offered him a bit of advice. Why don't you try improving your conditioning a bit? With that, she reached out to help the blonde boy to his feet. Duran, not being arrogant, took Celia's small hand and stood up. Seeing that sporting spirit, some students couldn't even hold back their tears. That move was truly amazing. I have to record it, a male student said as he kept snapping photos, then added about Leo. Seeing his close friend win, he was happy for her. Training paid off, Celia, you're awesome, Carr shouted, and then, suddenly Professor Sejin reached over, grabbed a handful of Carr's popcorn, and said calmly, Celia really did win. Thanks for explaining, class president. And so, the night department practical exam ended with the results. Celia Zerdinger, 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran, 4 wins and 1 loss. Chunxia, 4 wins and 1 loss. And our protagonist, Leo, was the only one to achieve 5 straight victories, losing no matches. Time passed quickly. A week later, the theoretical linguistics exam had just ended. Looking at the stack of tests in his hand and checking the number of papers, Professor Harrid arranged them neatly and nodded to the students before him. You all did well. Don't fail and get expelled. Study diligently, he added, then slammed the door shut. The slam made an extremely loud noise. As soon as the teacher left the classroom, Eliana began ranting in frustration. Oh my God! Always expulsion this and expulsion that, she complained. Apparently she hadn't done well on the test. Meanwhile, in another corner of the class, 2 male students approached the bookworm Chelsea for answers. Chelsea, show me your answers. Heh, who should I show first? She said smugly, making the 2 lecturers' eyes go wide. Show me first, please, the 2 pleaded. Cut to another corner of the classroom. Our protagonist Leo was sprawled over his desk like a lazy cat. Suddenly pink-haired Nella turned down and asked, How was the test, class president? Hearing someone call him, Leo looked up, scratched his head, and replied, I think it wasn't too bad. His remark made Nella burst into a cheerful laugh. Hee. The class president always seems like he can handle everything, and yet you can make a face like that? In response, Leo's expression became dopey as if he hadn't fully woken. Did I really look like that? Opposite him, seeing that face of his made Nella laugh even more. She even offered Leo a free therapy session. If you feel any pain, tell me. I'll heal you with my magic. At the same time, out of nowhere merchant friend Carr crawled out of some corner and complained, Oh Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff. Help me. No sooner had he finished speaking than sorceress friend Chelsea punched his back repeatedly like a machine, causing the orange-haired boy such pain he spat water everywhere. Now it's not hurting anymore, right? Chelsea asked brightly. Before turning to Leo, she said, Leo, how's your summoning practice? Tide says you hardly ever show up to summoning practice. In reply, Leo said that he trained diligently in places where no one could see him. Chelsea believed him 100% without a hint of doubt. That's so like you, Leo. What rank are you aiming for in the summoning test? Certainly first place. Leo confidently shared his goal. Time passed again. Cut to the summoning department's training ground. Today was the summoning practical exam. Although it was the summoning department's test, many students from other departments came to watch. While everyone waited for the exam to start, the announcer's voice echoed, Hello, it's that time of year again, the biggest event of the first term for freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I am Runba Tess, a third-year student of the summoning department. Somewhere in the stands, siblings Celia and Reese were also present to observe the exam. While waiting, Celia turned to her older brother and asked, So this really is a test? She said curiously, and Reese explained. The summoning race is a beloved tradition of the summoning department. It's also a highlight of interdepartmental exchange events, so everyone gets excited. As for Merchant Carr, as always whenever events gathered students together, he took the chance to sell popcorn and Coke to earn a little extra. Meanwhile, down on the training ground, the summoning department students had gathered together. At this moment, the summoner Eliza stared at the protagonist and said, I heard you performed very well in the night's practical exam. "Have you prepared well for the summoning practical?" In reply, Leo said, of course he was prepared. Eliza seemed unconvinced by Leo's words. Her tone grew doubtful. "You say that, yet you haven't appeared at any practice sessions. Do you look down on the summoning department?" Her comment began to rile the other students, making them angry at Leo. "That's right. If you're going to be lazy, then drop out. We've never seen you form a proper summoning contract." Complaints and irritated voices started to rise. In the end, Tide stepped forward to reassure everyone. "Don't lose your temper." However, Tide's words carried little weight, because the surrounding students' anger had not abated. A blonde trainee stood up to question Tide. "Don't defend him just because you're classmates. This guy has no respect for our department." Hearing this, Chan Xia frowned and warned, "This atmosphere is not good. If it stays like this before the test." Before she could finish, a black-haired student with a center-parted haircut sneered, "Chan Xia, you performed excellently in the Knights department, so you don't need to care much about summoning, right?" His name was Sen Lu, also from the eastern continent like Chun Xia, and in response to his remark, Chun Xia's voice grew hesitant. "That matter." Before she could finish, the bulky Warrenden stepped forward and complained, "You're too noisy. If you're going to argue and form cliques just because someone's better at taming, please don't do it in front of me. Take it elsewhere." At his remark, Sun Lu, as if having eaten something wrong, snorted up like a mad dog and expressed his anger. "What did you just say, Warrenden?" Warrenden's face showed contempt. "I said it's annoying to hear people act like riding summoned beasts is some great achievement." Turning to San Lu's view, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Warrenden. "Huh? Feeling guilty now? You hardly attend taming practice either." "That's because I don't think it's worth practicing. I'm not an idiot like you. Can't even tame a griffin?" The big guy sneered. At this, foolish San Lu could no longer contain his anger. He balled his fist and threw a punch at Warrenden, forgetting Warrenden was the top graduate of the southern region. Sen Lu only reached Warrenden's chest in height. Luckily, Leo grabbed his arm tightly and warned, "If you fight before the exam, it won't stop at a warning. You'll lose your exam eligibility." Leo's reminder was like a bucket of cold water on San Lu's face. Yet he didn't thank Leo for stopping him and only snorted irritably. At the same time, Tide came up beside the protagonist and quietly said, "Right now, the atmosphere in our summoning department isn't great." Hearing that, Leo looked surprised and asked, "Why is that?" In response, Tide's eyes grew a little sad as he explained, "Summoning is a field where there's a big skill gap between major students and non-majors, but because you and Tide, who aren't summoning majors, ended up at the top of the class, the second-year summoning students are very annoyed with us. Besides, you rarely attend practice." Hearing this, Leo understood everything, why the other students were hostile toward him, and wasn't too surprised. "Sure," he told himself inwardly. "To others it may look like I'm neglecting it, but I don't intend to be careless." At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious figure cloaked in black watched Sun Lu below intently and whispered, "It's starting." After saying that, he opened a spatial gate beside him and disappeared into it. As for San Lu, a blazing fury continued to burn inside him with no outlet. "We'll see, arrogant brat. I'll crush you," he told himself, his eyes burning red, looking somewhat unhinged. Time flew by, and as the exam time approached, the announcer Runba's voice rang out again. "Before we begin, I'll explain the rules of the event. First-year summoning students may only use summoning magic in the test. Even dual-degree students are forbidden from using ether fields or other magic. When the event starts, tame the griffin right in front of you, and cross the summoning island. Then return by going around the Lake of Silence. Who will be the star of the summoning midterm practical? We'll find out soon." As his voice echoed, all the first-year summoning students stood at the starting line with anxious faces, staring straight ahead. And so they wouldn't get any more nervous, Professor Yura called out loudly, "Rookies, don't be tense. Just do it like you've practiced. If you can't handle the pressure, stay after class." Hearing her words only made the students in the class more tense. They told themselves not to be nervous, yet their bodies kept trembling. Ignoring their state, Yura announced, "The contest begins." Immediately, The guys in the class who seemed to have prearranged something turned to each other and nodded in understanding. Next, while several other students sprinted toward the griffins, Sun Lu's hounds began casting spells, aimed directly at Leo and Warrenden. This shocked announcer Runba, who shouted, "Oh, what's this? It's like they planned it beforehand. They're all targeting class president Leo Plav and Southern top graduate Warrenden." Elsewhere, Tide, on his griffin, saw Leo being targeted and worriedly wanted to rush to help. However, Leo immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me. Keep going. This is a test." Hearing this, Tide could only apologize and quickly guided his griffin away. In the stands, spectators seeing San Lu's hounds cheat began to shout curses. "If we had rotten eggs, we'd throw them down. Disgusting. Those summoning students. Give up and play fair." As for Leo, being sabotaged like that made him a bit uncomfortable inside. "I know they hate me, but I didn't expect them to unite to block me like this," he thought. On the other side, announcer Runba, a summoning student himself, had to defend his juniors. "Haha. Though jeers from Class 5 are loud, this is their strategy." Oh, just as I say that, Warrenden immediately dispelled the attack spell against him. Turning to Warrenden, he had steadied his griffin beneath him and asked Leo, "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" Leo waved him off. "No, I can handle it myself." Seeing that, Warrenden wasted no time and urged his griffin into the sky like an arrow. Meanwhile, Leo remained trapped amid the swirling spells around him, making Chelsea in the stands extremely worried. In another corner of the arena, Professor Yura witnessed this and couldn't hide her concern. "The rift among the freshmen is deeper than I thought. Are they openly cooperating against Leo? Leo's major isn't elemental spirits but summoning. This exam will be hard for that kid." That was the summoning professor's thought. However, all those thoughts immediately changed when she saw the scene before her. At that moment, our protagonist Leo murmured some incantations. "Oh spirits, please remove my shackles and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature. Oh spirits, please remove my shackles and open the path ahead." As the chant echoed, two beams of light suddenly appeared before Leo, and from them two tiny spirits emerged. One red, one green, seemingly representing fire and wind. To Professor Yura, hearing Leo's words left her stunned because she understood what they meant. Spirit tongue? And spoken fluently? But how? She wondered. At the same time, Leo on the field looked back at her with a slightly teasing expression. Seeing that, all of Yura's worries instantly vanished. She sighed and told herself, "I probably need to relearn summoning." Time passed quickly, cutting to the other students. They were now riding griffins across a vast meadow. While flying, a fool from Sin Lu's group laughed loudly. "Haha, serves him right. He's the rookie representative and the best student in the South. He can't even get started. He'll definitely rank last." Beside him, Sun Lu nodded and added, "How does that feel, Eliza? Satisfied, right?" In response to their words, white-haired Eliza suddenly accelerated her griffin, flew alongside him, and gave him a contemptuous look. "I don't like this. I can beat Leoplav, Warrenden, or anyone without resorting to this."
Her remark surpriset San Lu.
Then, to make him see sense, Eliza bluntly raised the issue. "What do you think others will think of the summoning class after this?" To this, Sun Lu felt no remorse or concern. He even laughed loudly. "Who cares? Ha-ha. They'll be the ones humiliated." Seeing this, Eliza knew he was hopeless. She only warned him, "Next time, think before you act." Saying that, she yanked the reins and sent her griffin hurtling forward, leaving San Lu behind, grinding his teeth in anger. He silently cursed her. That arrogant brat acts proud just because of her family's backing. But anyway, I'll definitely get second place. Apart from Eliza, I'm the best at controlling flying beasts. This time I'll get the best rank, he fantasized silently. However, before this illusion lasted more than a few seconds, a girl's shout came from behind. "San Lu, look behind you." Hearing the call, San Lu turned and saw that Chun Xia was now standing on her griffin's back, riding it like she was surfing. Her face looked like she was out for fun, not taking a test at all. "What kind of posture is that?" someone awkwardly remarked. All of Sun Lu's earlier confidence vanished like wind. She didn't even need to use spirit strength to augment the beast? This speed is impossible. He shouted and reverted to his old tricks. Everyone, let's take her down together. Responding to that, an orange-haired girl exclaimed excitedly, "All right, take this." As she spoke, the girl summoned a wind spirit to prepare an attack. But Chansya had long since noticed this group's dirty nature. How could she not be on guard? The moment the wind spirit was summoned, she steered her mount in a wide arc and turned back toward them. This left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react in time. "What?" she cried out. Chansya then leaped off her griffin and kicked straight at the twin-braided girl's chest. A precise, powerful strike. Before the girl could scream, she was thrown off her mount. "This is cheating!" the girl screamed in panic. Meanwhile, Chansya quickly seized the griffin's reins, shrugged, and said, "Well, I didn't even need to use aura." Then she urged her griffin forward, flying alongside Senlu and
Smiled. Hello, Senlio.
Responding to her cheerfulness was the idiot's irritated attitude. He warned her, "You made a mistake turning us into enemies." Hearing this, Chansya nodded in acknowledgement but reminded him, "I admit I'm not good at aerial combat, but I'm not your only opponent. Someone else is very angry about your petty tricks." Before Senlu could understand what Chansya meant, a deafening explosion sounded behind them, drawing everyone's attention. And it wasn't over yet. Countless more large explosions appeared beside the mounts, throwing them into panic at the sight. Chansya wasn't too surprised. Warrenden seemed like the kind who always repays a grudge. She watched the burly guy as he sped up with full force and caught up to the leading contestants. Upon spotting San Lu ahead, Warrenden's face filled with fury. "You piece of trash, take this as a return gift," he said, then used his magic to hurl numerous fireballs forward. The explosions it caused forced San Lu's group to struggle just to keep their mounts steady. Back at the arena, Leo had now broken free of the obstructing spells, and announcer Rumba's voice rang out. Freshman representative Leo Plav, famed across Lumern for his ambition to join the Academy's best, seems determined to steal the spotlight in this contest today. But is summoning Leo's fatal weakness? As these words echoed, the audience all turned their attention to the protagonist to see what he'd do next, since Leo had started far behind the others. Looking from Leo's perspective, he immediately noticed a thorn lodged into the griffin's wing. Apparently using magic to block Leo wasn't the only prank. This made Leo angry. As a candidate hero, being involved in such tricks was shameful. He grabbed the reins at the griffin's neck, but the mount reacted fiercely. It began screaming as if the house were on fire. "Leo is trying to tame the griffin. My advice: don't try riding a griffin when it's that alert," Runba commented enthusiastically. At the same time, in the stands the swordswoman Celia worried aloud. "Oh no! Why is Leo trying so hard? He must have a reason." Brother Reese added, "Back to Leo." Although the griffin's resistance made things difficult, very quickly he began to put all his strength into his arms and pull the reins hard to control it. "I know how you feel, but now you must obey me. Kneel," Leo said with an icy gaze, making the griffin shudder. It sensed that, if it continued to misbehave, it would face a great disaster, so it quickly became obedient. As for Leo, seeing the mount calm down, he swiftly sat atop it and officially set off. Oh, Leo's griffin has joined. A most difficult, risk-laden start. Last place seemed inevitable. Runba shouted, ignoring those words. Leo looked at the wound on the griffin's wing and reassured it. "It may hurt, but you've endured well. You're brave. In the name of the Covenant Maker, I command you, appear before me." As that voice sounded, a blaze suddenly rose beside Leo. And then the young phoenix Fiora appeared, immediately covering the griffin with her phoenix flames, causing the griffin to scream as if gone mad. Elsewhere, the swordswoman Celia, witnessing this, stared in astonishment and asked, "What is that flame?" With no answer, the guild president Reese also stared at the screen, pondering, "Is that Zerdinger's fire? No, that's not right. This isn't aura fire, so what on earth is it?" Back with Sun Lu's group, a girl behind him spoke up. Their injuries are serious. At this rate, we won't reach top speed. In response, someone in the group calmly said, but at least we can avoid last place. Relax a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw a figure streak past them at breakneck speed, and it was none other than Leo, with speed amplified by the phoenix's flames. His griffin was now flying like a rocket forward. Now then, let's accelerate a bit more, Leo thought with a smile as he spotted the opposing group. But at that very moment, from ahead there suddenly came a roar that echoed in all directions like that of a dragon. Seeing its form, Leo immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "That is Fafnir." To explain the appearance of this dragon, we must go back a few minutes. After seeing the burly Warrenden charging in, Eliza also drove her mount forward to attack. "This is where you end, Warrenden. I won't give up first place." In response, Warrenden said nothing. Instead, he simply flicked his finger once, and a small spot of flame suddenly appeared beside Eliza. Then it unexpectedly detonated without warning. Luckily, Eliza's mount handling skills were superb, so she kept the griffin steady and avoided being thrown. However, the surprise attack raised Eliza's guard. A burst combining fire and wind spirits. This move isn't merely a show of spirit control. I never heard he studied magic, Warrenden, but no matter how strong the attack, it's useless if it doesn't hit. She steered her mount in a zigzag, dodging all the explosions Warrenden created. Seeing this, the burly guy realized his blasts weren't very effective, so he switched tactics. "Let's see if you can dodge this," he said. Then used ice magic to form sharp icicle spears in the air. He then combined them with wind magic and launched the icicles like a rainstorm toward Eliza. The attack covered a vast area, leaving the white-haired girl no time to evade. Then, somehow, her griffin suddenly opened its mouth and spewed a column of searing flame, shooting straight at the incoming ice pillars and shattering them mid-flight, which excited announcer Runba into commenting, "What an astonishing fight!" Warrenden used 3 spirits for the attack, and Eliza countered by empowering her summoned beast. At that moment, Chunxia seized the opening to surge ahead. "Hee. Thanks for that," the black-haired girl said cheerfully, but Eliza wouldn't let her pass so easily. "I won't allow that, Chunxia." With that, Eliza threw out 2 whips, which wrapped tightly around Chunxia's neck and pulled her back. At the same time, a small spot of flame appeared in front of her. Seeing this, Chunxia immediately guessed what would happen and hurriedly jumped off her mount, and sure enough, a terrible explosion occurred where the flame spot had been. Then she raised both hands and tore apart the energy whip, and gently landed back on the griffin's body. The combined attack by Warrenden and Eliza left the young girl sweating. The top summoning students, "They're not ordinary." No sooner had those words been spoken than a loud shriek echoed, grabbing the attention of all contestants. From their gazes, at that moment, somehow the fool Sinlu had summoned a black dragon. He looked at everyone with a crazed face. "I'll kill every last one of you, you bastards." Seeing this, Chunxia rushed forward and warned him, "Sanlu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules." But Sanlu was so mad he couldn't think straight. "Shut up. I don't care about that. You people who only rely on talent. I'll kill you all," he shouted. He commanded the giant black dragon to block the road ahead, preventing the group from advancing. "Did he make a pact with a black dragon?" Warrenden asked. After watching briefly, Eliza shook her head and explained, "It's not a black dragon. It's more like some kind of mutation." At the same time, Leo's griffin was charging forward, and Leo's appearance surprised Sen Lu a little. "Leo? Why are you following me here?" "Never mind. I'll take you down." Not letting the fool finish, the protagonist stared at him coldly and demanded, "Hey, where did you get that lizard?" "Below." Sun Lu didn't notice the subtlety in Leo's words and boasted, "Ha ha! Jealous? This is my power. I made a pact using my summoning magic. You seem jealous of my summon, don't you?" Hearing that, Leo realized the guy was beyond saving. Mistake that thing for a summon? Ridiculous. That's a mutated beast, a beast controlled by the mages of Tartarus. One of the war beasts of the Tartarus army we defeated in the Age of Catastrophe. Where did he get that creature? Leo wondered, But before he could think of an answer, Sun Lu began commanding his monster to attack. Attack! Black Dragon! Obeying its master, the dragon opened its maw and unleashed a column of destructive light aimed straight at the young group. Seeing this, Leo's group hurriedly steered their mounts aside to dodge. However, the one in the rearguard, Chunxia, couldn't react in time to the speed of the attack. Knowing it was too late to dodge, she used her magic to create an energy shield for defense. But even so, the shield was too fragile against the dragon's attack. It couldn't last a second before shattering into pieces. Chunxia and her griffin were thrown down to the ground. Luckily, Leo reacted in time, dashed over, and gently caught Chunxia. After checking her briefly, Leo reacted quickly. She's unconscious from the fall. First, we need to secure Chunxia's safety. With that thought, Leo turned and shouted to the other two. Everyone, land immediately. Both of them nodded in response. Thus, they hurriedly looked for spots to touch down. Meanwhile, the foolish Sun Lu, unaware of the consequences of his actions, was still grinning idiotically. Up here, this is what it feels like to look down from above? Not too bad. Then he had his black dragon fly downward as if to chase after Leo's group. And of course, the whole scene was broadcast back to the arena. Oh, the contestants veered off course and out of the broadcast range. Too much is happening at once. Sun Lu summoned a black dragon and attacked the other frontrunners, Announcer Runba said excitedly. Before he could say more, Professor Yura rushed over, kicked the fool, and shouted, "You idiot! How can you still be commentating now?" Then she snatched the microphone and announced to the audience, "Summoning department assistants, deploy flying summons there immediately. The match is temporarily suspended." At the same time, Professor Sejin and Len also sensed something was wrong, so they hurried into the commentary room and asked, "What's going on?" Professor Yura responded with a serious expression. "It seems Sun Lu made a pact with a high-level fiend beast instead of a normal summoned beast. She won't be able to withstand its influence much longer." Her words made Professor Sejin uneasy. "Is Sun Lu truly controlling that high-level fiend beast himself?" he asked again to confirm. At that moment, the lazy Professor Sejin also appeared at the door. "You mean, someone else is controlling it?" "I'm not sure, but it's possible." Sejin nodded. Seeing that, the head professor, still reluctant, quickly gave orders. "All right, Yura, take the summoning department assistants and go intercept Sun Lu. If necessary, subdue him and eliminate the fiend beast." The other instructors spread out to protect the students. "Sejin, you'll come with me." Hearing this, Sejin nodded, as if he already guessed where they were headed. Back with Leo's group, they had just landed safely. However, Sun Lu was close behind. "It's coming, watch out, big guy," Warrenden warned. Moments later, the massive shape of the black dragon dove straight down before them. On its back, Sun Lu said coldly, "If you plan to run, you should have hidden better, right? All of you gathered in this open spot." Explaining this, Leo shook his head slightly. "We're not hiding. Besides, the creature you're riding isn't a summoned beast, and it's not a black dragon either." Leo's confident words made the fool laugh aloud. "Haha, I'm from the summoning department. If I say it's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know better than me?" Not letting him finish, Leo shocked everyone with his next line. "That's a fiend beast. I'm here to destroy that disgusting fiend beast," Leo said as he slowly stepped forward. For a moment, he seemed to sense himself returning to the battlefield of old. As for Sun Lu, perhaps from drug abuse or madness, after hearing Leo call his mount a fiend beast, he began to laugh like someone having a mental seizure. Even Eliza at the back shook her head and said, "Oh God, he's gone crazy." As Eliza had said, Sun Lu's eyes brimmed with bloodshot madness. "What did you say? Do I look like I'll listen to you?" At his command, the black dragon opened its maw and spewed a column of red, searing flame with terrifying heat, hurtling forward at horrifying speed. But their burly friend Warrenden reacted fast. Immediately he used his magic, slammed both hands into the ground, and summoned a giant stone golem to block the flame, saying, "He's clearly lost his mind. I'm with you, Leo. in removing such a disgusting existence. Opposite them, seeing his attack ineffective against Warrenden's golem magic, Sun Lu clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his tense face. Meanwhile, white-haired Eliza stepped forward, not to be outdone. "Huh, you boys showing off? I'm joining in too. First, we need to pull that fool out of the enemy's reach. The summoned golem is about to collapse. Be ready," Warrenden reminded. "You really can't do anything right, Warrenden," Eliza complained. Beside them, Leo heard their banter and gave a small smile, like his old teammates who used to bicker the same way. Back in the battle, as time passed, just as Warrenden said, countless cracks began to appear across the giant stone golem's hands under the black dragon's devastating fire. Seeing this, Sun Lu's confidence suddenly returned and he grinned uncontrollably. "Haha, just as expected. My summoned beast is supreme. Where did you scurry off to, you rats?" As soon as he finished speaking, the golem was blasted to pieces. The foolish Sun Lu scanned around for his next prey, but before he could find them, Eliza took the initiative to attack. She swung an energy whip straight at Sun Lu. The strike hissed through the air. Unfortunately, Sun Lu was blessed by luck and barely dodged. Her attack, however, enraged him. "How dare you strike me, you bastard!" He then ordered the black dragon to gather its firepower again. Warrenden had no intention of letting that happen. Before the black dragon could finish charging, he summoned a flame directly above the dragon's head and made it explode instantly. "Now," he muttered. Leo seized the opportunity, driving power into his legs and springing forward, charging straight at Sun Lu. The coordinated assault from the three of them caught the fool off guard. He saw the protagonist appear before him before he could react. Next, Leo did not hold back and delivered a glancing kick to his face. After that, Sun Lu's body began to tremble and twist oddly, as if possessed. He looked at Leo with a crazed gaze, his voice taking on a strange tone. "Good job getting this brat away from the enemy, but that's as far as it goes, you punks." At that moment, it seemed Sun Lu was being controlled by someone. Below, Eliza watched the black dragon carry Leo and Sun Lu skyward and was stunned. "Wait! Why is he going up alone, Leo?" she cried, voice full of worry. Cut to the dragon's back. Sun Lu sneered. "Scared? Young hero candidate?" Opposite him, Leo showed none of the anxiety Sun Lu expected. Instead, he probed for information. "You're a Tartarus beast mage. Where is your true body? It can't be far away." Leo's words flashed surprise across Sun Lu's eyes, but he quickly hid it. "You can see my true identity? Interesting. Very interesting. Staying calm in this situation. You truly have the makings of a perfect hero. If so, you'll die here," he said coldly. At the same time, he swung his arm, producing a massive energy blast that struck Leo before he could defend, sending him flying off the black dragon's back while they were still hundreds of meters above ground. A normal person would have been smashed to pieces from such a fall. But this is our protagonist. No matter the situation, he always finds a way. "Fiora, time for you to shine," Leo said cheerfully to the little phoenix flapping to stay aloft. "I'm a jack of all trades, but I've never reached mastery in any single field. Others are more proficient in aura, Aaron and Dueno. In magic there's Luna, and for summoning there's Lacinas. So I chose to fuse abilities aura and magic." Now, from Leo's palms, countless ribbons of golden energy shot out toward the little phoenix to empower it. Within the blazing flames, Fiora's body slowly grew and finally became a giant phoenix. Thanks to that, it was strong enough to catch Leo with its talons. "Now you really look more like a phoenix, huh?" Leo said with a smile. Not far away, the black dragon sensed the phoenix's aura and let out an enraged roar. It was reacting to the phoenix's energy, the opposite of the beast. Above, the Tartarus mage also noticed. After seeing the phoenix, he grew wary of Leo and asked, "Phoenix Contractor, what is your true identity? If you tell me where you captured that Fafnir, I'll tell you." Leo answered calmly, but his words only made the Tartarus mage's murderous intent intensify. "You even know about the beasts of the Cataclysm era? I can't let you live," he said as he yanked hard on the reins, commanding the black dragon to gather energy in its maw. Seeing that, Leo concentrated a flame at the tip of his sword to prepare a counter. Fiora, it's coming. Zerdinger's secret sword technique. Phoenix breath. Secret move. Focal strike. In the same instant, both of them released their skills toward each other. The two tremendous energies collided with a deafening explosion. This turned into a test of who could endure longer. Yet the one at a disadvantage seemed to be Leo, his face drenched in sweat from the heavy energy drain. Seeing this, the Tartarus mage smugly said, "It's over." However, immediately after, for some reason he suddenly shouted in panic, "Someone?" Because of this interruption, the black dragon's attack lost its rhythm. Seeing that, Leo guessed to himself, "Is his true body being attacked? His spirit power is weakening. I must take advantage of this." With that thought, Leo shouted and unleashed all his energy straight forward, forming a colossal column of flame that plunged into the black dragon's body. Then its body began to emit countless rays of golden light and finally exploded like a bomb in the sky. Who knows whether Sin Lu, sitting on its back, survived. "Well done, Fiora. Now let's head back," Leo said with a smile. However, things never go exactly as he planned. At that moment, Fiora suddenly reverted to a newly hatched state, leaving Leo looking stunned. The two of them then plummeted straight down. In another development, the Tartarus mage, who had been concentrating to control Sen Lu's body, suddenly was struck by a column of light descending from the sky, forcing his body to endure immense pressure. "Ahem. Who are you?" he growled through gritted teeth. The one who had acted was Professor Sejin, who had just arrived. "This one's for you, Tartarus beast mage," the lazy teacher Harid said coldly. As if recognizing them both, the mage replied, "Heh heh. So it's the two pillars of Lumern?" Before he finished, Professor Harid clenched his hand, increasing the downward pressure. The mage's entire skeleton seemed to scream, begging for early retirement. Then, to everyone's eyes, a dark spatial gate suddenly opened on the ground. At the same time, from behind the mage crawled smoke containing countless fangs and eyes. "Too bad, but we'll have to meet another time." Saying that, the fang-filled monster used its jaw to crush the body it had been controlling into pieces, then slipped into the spatial gate to escape. Seeing this, Professor Sejin halted his magic and shook his head regretfully. "It seems he got away. It looks like they've started becoming active again," Harid remarked. Sejin nodded. "That's right. Lumern is no longer safe." Back to Leo's position. He was still free-falling through the air, preparing to land. At that falling speed, even Leo couldn't be sure he'd survive. So he urged the little phoenix, Fiora, to return to the summoned beast world. Hearing this, Fiora spread her tiny wings as if trying to clutch at Leo. But before Master and Pet could dwell on it, Leo's body suddenly stopped midair. The reason was that Leo's shirt had been caught by a gigantic mouth. Along with that came Professor Yura's voice. "Haha, are you okay, Leo? Thank goodness we're not too late." Hearing him, the seniors were astonished and asked, "What again? I've never heard of that concept before. Explain it." Leo didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed a counter-question. "Everyone knows that basic spells have an elemental attribute, right?" In response, Senior Shin said, "Of course. It's a necessary condition for any spell." At that, Leo couldn't help but smile and share. "My advanced magic system will streamline the entire casting process." Across from him, even the fool could tell what Leo meant. But because of the claim, they found it hard to believe. Murmurs began to rise, while the green-haired fellow assumed Leo had lost his mind. "Is the kid delusional?" Beside him, Shin asked for clarification. "To be sure, you mean you're going to create an entirely new spellcasting system?" "That's right," Leo nodded, unaware that Professor Len was looking at him flushed with excitement. His voice grew urgent as he told himself, "All right, this kid absolutely has to become a mage." Fidman, speaking bluntly, said, "He still doesn't believe what Leo's saying." So he shook his head and sneered, "What a disappointment. Leo, we're not here to listen to fantasies." Before he could finish, Professor Len excitedly interjected, "I want to see it. Write that spell down." Hearing that, Sharp-tongued Fidman also urged. Yes, let us see it. Back to Leo. To prove it to everyone, he quickly grabbed a piece of chalk and wrote something on the board. As he wrote, Senior Rilda said, "Kid, only one mage in history ever used a completely different spell system as their advanced art." In reply, Leo's hand with the chalk paused slightly as he said, "Yes, that's the star poet Luna." Behind him, Rilda felt a bit annoyed that Leo knew this yet still spoke as he did. While Shin glanced and assessed, "You intend to stand alongside her? Do you really believe you can measure up to the star poet?" "Of course not. I can't compare myself to Luna," Leo replied softly. Shin reiterated, "With Grand Mage Luna, kids these days are truly disrespectful." Her words reminded Leo of his friend's current status, and he answered, "Yes, yes. Grand Mage Luna is a legendary mage, but you don't have to be a genius like her to create a spell system." With that, Leo finished his notes and turned to look at everyone, gazing at the formula he had written on the board. The seniors' eyes widened like saucers as they quickly realized the formula was feasible. The boy wasn't fabricating it. Based on this magical structure, he could cast any spell without attribute limitations. They exclaimed in astonishment, while Mage Chelsea gaped, "Unbelievable! I can't even understand its structure." In response, Merchant Carl at the back smiled and shared, "I gave up long ago." In another corner, Chloe's expression shifted slightly as she looked at Leo's formula. Back with the seniors, they had fully shed their disdainful looks and grown more serious than ever. Fidman spoke, "Leo Plav, why did you create this magic system?" Leo replied frankly, "Because I want the freedom to use any kind of magic that exists." His answer greatly intrigued Fidman, who thought to himself, "This kid is truly crazy. Now I understand why this year's students are so unusual." With that in mind, he asked further, "What do you call it?" Leo focused his mana into his palm, forming a sphere of white light, then murmured one word, "Bible." Those words startled Shin, who quickly recalled something. Bible. Only one person in history had used that name. It was the magic system created by the fictional figure Kyle. Perhaps Leo would prove that Kyle truly existed. Thinking this, she quickly submitted her score for Leo and handed the result sheet back to Professor Len. It was no surprise that Leo received an A+. After finishing his presentation, Leo stepped down. As he walked, he thought, "I couldn't complete this system as Kyle, but this time it's different." At that thought, Leo also noticed Chloe ahead, for she was the last student who had not yet presented. Seeing her listless face, Leo grew a little worried and asked, "Are you okay?" Chloe seemed not to hear him. She calmly descended at Professor Len's call. Now, the final contestant, Chloe Mueller. The seniors, anticipating her presentation, had some expectation. Senior Rilda asked, "I heard you're the top student in magic. What will you demonstrate today?" Chloe answered with a determined gaze, "The advanced art I'm preparing is the undying flame," and as she spoke, she produced a blazing red flame on the palm of her hand. This unsettled Chelsea. The undying flame, Chloe normally uses the balance attribute, so why would she choose the opposite attribute for her advanced art? Elsewhere, the seniors, after observing the flame that Chloe produced, furrowed their brows, having not yet detected anything special about the magic. It seemed ordinary. They had expected it to be on par with the previous two. They regretted it, thinking. Meanwhile, Fidman was ready to put pen to paper. "If it's just that, there's nothing impressive. I'll give it a..." He cut her off before finishing. Chloe interrupted, "Now I'll show everyone the true value of this magic." As she spoke, the mage used magic to form a giant sphere of water hovering above her head. Then it poured down onto Chloe. However, the special thing was that the flame in her hand did not waver at all. This made Chelsea and Leo both inwardly startled. It didn't extinguish. Could she have added an eternal effect to the spell? Someone shouted, and Chloe confirmed, "Yes, unless I dispel it myself. This flame will never go out." She said this, clenched her palm, and then snuffed out the small flame. Returning to Fidman's thoughts, Chloe's magic seemed even more irrational to him than Leo's demonstration. Magic generally follows a common rule. Any spell will dissipate if not maintained by direct mana, But Chloe had created a spell that broke that rule. How could that be? The more he thought, the more baffled he became. Unaware of the senior's thoughts, Chloe continued her cheerful presentation. My advanced magic is the eternal flame. For her performance, all 3 seniors unanimously awarded her an A+. From Leo's perspective, Chloe using such magic filled him with unease.
Impossible.
Creating an undying flame was something even Luna had failed at. In history, only one entity had ever used such a flame, Erebos. Time quickly passed, and Leo began to recall a bit of earlier memory when he went to find Chloe to ask her about something. Call Chloe out here. In response, the swordswoman Celia in front only shook her head. She's probably asleep. She said she couldn't sleep while studying, so she'd go to bed early today. Hearing that, Leo turned and left. What a pity. I'll go ahead. Behind him, Celia seemed to sense something and asked, has something been happening with Chloe lately? Lately, she's become very sensitive. She's had arguments with several classmates a few times. I've even heard rumors that she's started associating with the special students from the magic department. But Chloe isn't that kind of person. As he thought this, suddenly a flame appeared beside Leo, and from within it, the little phoenix Fiora flew out. The protagonist reached out to tease her a bit and asked, "How are you?" In reply to this, a familiar voice rang out. "You summoned me, Leoplav?" The speaker was Farina, Fiora's mother, who had entrusted the little one to Leo. Then Farina asked the protagonist directly, "All right, Leo, why did you call me through Fiora?" Hearing this, Leo gently set Fiora down and explained, "I wanted to know why Farina is still in Lumern." He thought to himself, species like phoenixes and magical beasts are natural enemies. There must be a reason she stayed here. Returning to Farina's perspective, upon hearing Leo's question, her expression grew colder than ever, as if contemplating something. She explained in a low voice, 5 years ago there was an attack at Lumern. 2 students and 3 staff members died then, and the mastermind was never found. In the end, Headmaster Kallian Baydeen asked me to investigate Lumern. Since then, I have been tracking their traces. Hearing this, Leo asked, "Do you know that a million summoner beast tamer appeared in the summoning department's exam?" Lumern nodded gently. "I heard a student died." Leo continued, "Do you think Tartarus is behind this?" Farina was silent. "Right now I only suspect. I can't say more." Seeing that, Leo didn't probe further. Instead, he asked Farina for a favor. "Then convey this to Headmaster Kallian. San Lu may not be the only student Tartarus approached." This information from the protagonist left Farina stunned. Time passed quickly. Today was the interdepartmental live combat exam between hero research and combat studies. At this time, the lazy Professor Harid lounged in his chair and ordered his students, "Class 5 assemble." Now that everyone had gathered, the class president would explain the exam. Leo quickly said, "The interdepartmental exam between hero research and combat studies will require teams to cooperate to conquer a hero world. The world you'll be conquering this time is the Chedmother's event." At that, the entire class was startled. Only the mage Eliana was innocent and didn't understand. Seeing everyone's reaction, she curiously asked, "What is the Chedmother's event?" Beside her, Nella looked at her as if she were an alien. "Oh my God, Eliana, you really don't know? This is even on the exam." However, before they could say another word, Professor Harid shouted, "Silence! Listen carefully. Class president, continue." Beside him, the protagonist produced a sheet of paper from somewhere and continued reading. 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lumern Academy set out on a mission to the Chedmother's forest in the central region. They were ambushed there by Tartarus. At that time, Professor Albi, known as the embodiment of ease, was still a second-year student. He joined the rescue team, and the unit was nearly wiped out. The objective of that mission was to rescue the wounded and eliminate the beasts. You will also assist Professor Albi, who was then a second-year student. As Leo finished, the lazy Harid put on a stern face and warned the group, "This exam is not an ordinary midterm. It aims to raise your combat awareness. So stay fully focused. Anyone deemed lacking potential will be expelled immediately." Hearing this, the group couldn't help but panic inwardly. their faces visibly darkening. Seeing that, Harid laughed, lightening the mood. Believe in yourselves. You are all mature enough now. Across from them, the students were so moved to hear such encouragement from their teacher that they were nearly in tears. Eliana even wanted to ask for his autograph, but before she could open her mouth, he waved her away. All right, shut up. On the other side, Professor Arshian's voice rang out. Now, I will announce the team lists. In descending order, starting from Class 1. Hearing this, the students grew bewildered. Chelsea blurted out, Wait, aren't we supposed to form teams within our class? Nearby, merchant student Carl snapped, No way, damn it. So we have to take the exam with complete strangers. Regardless, the other students stepped forward one by one, reached into a large urn, and drew their lots. Our protagonist, Leo, drew the ball marked with the number 11. This meant he was in Team 11, which was also the last team. Once all teams were assigned, Professor Albi announced, Team assignments are complete. Team 1, step onto the summoning matrix. Hearing this, Chelsea and Celia quickly stepped forward. Seeing Celia on her team, Chelsea felt more reassured than ever. What a relief! Teaming with the princess of the Zerdinger clan. Celia replied with a bright smile. Let's show the strength of the Rodran Empire together. Then Professor Albi began to use his power, causing the magic circle on the ground to emit a brilliant radiance. A notification appeared on the screen. Opening Hero Chronicle Albi's World. Chapter Genesis, Chedmother's event. Thus, the two young girls were transported into Albi's Hero Chronicle. The professors outside could also monitor their actions via a simulated screen floating in the air. Watching the battle scene on the screen, Professor Sejin cheerfully said, They moved with astonishing speed as soon as they entered. Just as expected, students from heroic clans truly stand out. With Celia on the team, they'll surely rank near the top. Haha. Nearby, Professor Harid sighed and remarked, Well, I think Chelsea Llewellyn's performance stands out more. His comment irritated his close friend, who shot him an annoyed look. At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected between them, catching both of them by surprise. The first team finished the mission that quickly? Indeed, they are promising first-year students. The speaker was none other than old Headmaster Kallian. Seeing his arrival, Sejin and Harid were startled and both shouted, Headmaster! Then they hurriedly scooted aside, giving the middle seat to him. Next, Sejin asked, What brings you here? Headmaster Kallian replied in very cheerful spirits. I dropped by to see how much the first years have matured. Saying that, he paused for a moment, then turned to Professor Albi. Professor Albi, I'm sorry for stirring up painful memories for you every year. In response, Albi turned, his face icy. I swore I would never forget that incident. So for me, this is a favor to be remembered. Then everyone returned their attention to the students' exam. On the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just defeated an orc. As it fell, they received a notification. Team 1 has completed the mission. Seeing this, everyone outside applauded, while Headmaster Kallian nodded and commented. As expected, it's the Zerdinger and Chelsea clans. Extremely talented, though they often clash in the end, they're from the same empire. Next, Team 3 also completed the mission easily, because their group included the two strongest members, Abad and Duran. Seeing this, the headmaster's face even flushed slightly. They put the two strongest members at the front, while the others supported from behind. A risky tactic, but I'm very pleased. Then Team 4 completed the mission with the combination of Nella and Chansya. They cleared the challenge effortlessly without a scratch. Headmaster Kallian remarked, Nella Kaven's healing aura is truly extraordinary, and Chansya's movements, unsurprisingly, they're also very unique. Next was Team 7 with the squad of Warrenden, Eliza, and Eliana. Observing this, Headmaster Kallian was very pleased with the students' performances. Many excellent pupils stood out, but the one he anticipated most was that fellow Leoplov. Looking at that kid, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic, almost like seeing a younger version of himself. Haha, he thought, glancing to the side when at that moment, Professor Albi called a name. Team 11, step up. Hearing the call, Leo and Chloe both stepped forward. Are you ready? Albie asked again. The protagonist and Chloe both nodded firmly. Seeing that, Professor Albie wasted no time and immediately used his magic to prepare to transport them into his hero chronicle. However, just as the magic formation was being activated, a plume of black smoke carrying a demonic aura suddenly rose from within it. Immediately, Leo sensed something amiss and felt a twinge of suspicion. Wait, something's wrong. Not only him, but the other students also began to notice the problem as they felt the magical fluctuations grow wilder than normal. What's happening? Someone shouted. However, after Leo and Chloe were transported away, the formation returned to normal as if nothing had happened. This left the students stunned, turning to one another. Huh? Everything's back to normal. Where are Leo and Chloe? At the back. Professor Sejin hurriedly stood up and asked, What the? Beside him, Headmaster Callian also spoke. Professor Albie, what is going on here? In response to that question, Albie turned back, his face a little strained. He opened his book for everyone to see and said gravely, Headmaster, we must halt the exam immediately. Inside his book was an image of a skull with a tree rooted on top. Seeing that image, Callian's face darkened instantly. He asked with difficulty, Don't tell me. Before he could finish, Albie nodded. That's right. This is a Hero Doom dungeon.